The time is 10 minutes after 10 and council lacks a quorum. Councilman Alatorre and Ms. Flores and Mr. Ridley Thomas are in the chambers. Would the other council persons who are in the building please come to the chambers? Sergeant? How many are in the building? Will the council come to order? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pikus for a presentation. Will the people on the side please stop their conversations? Mrs. Pikus.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members of the council, we again recognize today and celebrate the world of wellness. If you came here through the rotunda, you will notice that it's already set up to take tests and to interview you and other city employees to make certain that you operate in the best state of wellness that we can achieve. This is the World of Wellness 8, the 8th annual health fair, and sometimes known World of Wellness 8, WOW 8. The past 7 fairs, which began in 1985, have made a definite impact on the lifestyles of many city employees and their families, resulting in an increased family health awareness for the late 1980s and the 1990s. And we're very well aware of the fact that we are a productive city, that our employees are productive as they are in good health, as they're able to operate, to function with good diets, with medium blood pressure, right blood pressure, and all the kinds of things that are essential, that they understand what getting the proper amount of rest, eating nourishing foods, what this does to make them able-bodied citizens and effective city employees. During the fiscal year 1990-91, the Wellness Fair and the Worksite Health Screening Program performed almost 16,000 medical tests, and the health education programs reached 3,750 participants. And we know that this saves the city money in the long run. So I am Mr. Driscoll's right, Jack Driscoll, of the our general manager of the City Personnel Department, which manages, despite tight budgets, to produce this World of Wellness for us. I'm going to present this certificate to him and recognize that through this World of Wellness program, we have a positive influence on the health habits of the city employees, that we reduce citywide sick leave usage, and that we create a positive work environment. So, Jack Driscoll, here, congratulations again for providing us with the 8th annual World of Wellness, and I know you have some people that you want to introduce to us who helped make this a success.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Pikus. As you read on the resolution, the Wellness Fair, I think, is one of the more interesting and fun things that we do in the city. It's fun, as you can see, if you walk through the rotunda, people are enjoying themselves even though the lines are somewhat long. It's a real opportunity for them to have their health evaluated. And on an ongoing basis, the city does continue to do wellness programs throughout the various city departments and afternoon lunch bag kinds of activities. So we're committed, and we'll stay in the business as long as we can. I would like to introduce Shirley Yost, who's the coordinator of today's Wellness Fair, and is Shirley here, and Larry Rose, who's also assistant coordinator for the event today, and Jean Dunworth, who's our field healthcare person in our department.
Okay.
And then I'm going to introduce Maggie Whalen. And I would like to introduce Maggie Whalen, who will receive a resolution on behalf of the Department of Recreation and Parks for their efforts on behalf of the art program and other activities that Rec and Park supports with respect to the wellness program.
Okay. Maggie, I have a resolution for you also to acknowledge the fact that the Department of Rec and Parks has graciously assisted the Personnel Department by making the World of Wellness Children's Art Contest a huge success, by providing tickets to the Los Angeles Zoo and parking passes to the Cabrillo Museum for the winners of this contest. So we thank you for your joining together, your partnership with the Personnel Department in making this program an outstanding success. So thanks so much for your participation and your involvement. And I guess I have the pleasure of introducing the children who won the contest. Is that correct? Okay. We have a contest that was entered by the children of city employees, various categories, and has been judged, and the winners are here. So the winner in the 5 years old and under contest is Adrian H. Phoenix. Adrian, will you join me here? He's 4 years old. He's the son of Annette Phoenix in the Department of Transportation. Okay, Adrian, congratulations. I'm really proud of you. And here's your certificate. Turn around. Oh, that's very nice picture. Okay, good. Is your mom? Okay, great. Terrific. Congratulations. You started young. You can keep on winning. Congratulations. The winning artwork is on display in the rotunda, so I urge you all to take it out, check it out, take a good look at it. In the 6 to 8-year-old category, the winner is Joshua I. Balsey, who's 8 years old, the son of Ismail Balz in the Department of Public Works. Joshua? Okay, congratulations. I'm really proud of you. Do you just with pleasure turn around? That's your mom. Turn them. By the time you're my age, you'll know how to do this. But I'll never be an artist. One more, come on back. Okay. Congratulations, both of you. In the 9 to 10-year-old category, the winner is Rebecca M. Kang, who is 9 years old. She's the daughter of He Kang of the Personnel Department. Rebecca, here you are. Okay. Congratulations. I'm really proud of you. We'll get a picture. Congratulations. And in the 11 to 13-year-old category, we have Pat Tribumrung, who's 11 years old, the son of Darung Tribumrung in the library department. Pat? Congratulations. I'm really proud of you. You look wonderful today. Let's stand here and get our picture taken. Okay, congratulations. So I'm really proud of these young people who entered the art contest, who won. I'm proud of their parents, who are all city employees, who've encouraged them in entering the contest. And I urge you all to go through the rotunda, stop and get your blood pressure checked, your cholesterol, whatever it takes, and enjoy the art at the same time. And above all, stay well. Participate in the world of wellness in all that you do. Congratulations, Polly. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pikus. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alatorre, Bernardi, Burnson, Browdy, Flores, Galanter, Hernandez, Holden, Pikus, Ridley, Thomas, Wax, Walters, Wu, Yaroslavsky, Ferraro. 12 council members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First item, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Unanimous vote. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those are approved. Next item.
On today's regular agenda, item 1 is required hearing, protest street vacation of airspace on Noble Avenue between Van Owen and Bassett Street, Council District 2.
Is there anyone here to protest this matter? Item number 1. I see no one and declare the public hearing closed. Mrs. Walters, do you have a motion on number 1?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the council approve the vacation and instruct the city engineer to proceed.
You've heard the motion. Mr. Holden seconds the motion. Open the roll if there's no discussion. Close the roll.
12 ayes.
That was approved. Next item.
Item 2 is a required hearing, protest street vacation portion of Bandera Street in Council District 11.
Mr. Gordon Murley.
Council members, President Pro Tem Mr. Browdy. My name is Gordon Murley. I live at 4128 Morrow Drive, Woodland Hills. I'm representing the Woodland Hills Homeowners Organization. We are here to protest the vacation of this street because it was at the hearings, the applicant for the vacation was supposed to have posted a bond and corrected illegal grading that is destroying the adjacent property owners. Since the bond has not been posted and the adjacent property has not been protected and there is damage to this, we ask that the City Council instruct the City Attorney that until such time as adequate bond is posted to ensure that the adjacent property owner's property is protected and that the agreement on the vacation of this street to ensure there is access to the conservancy land, no vacation of this street should happen. We will further state that the applicant for the vacation has arrogantly ignored city ordinances time and time again, has had his job shut down for this, and has ignored the conservancy land to the west.
Mr. President, I want you to look at the council members. I can't even hear or see what's
Will
going
the council
on.
come to order, please, and will conversations on the side
There are 10 people
please
talking to
stop?
council members. Thank you. I'm sorry, I
Thank-
couldn't hear what you were saying.
Thank you, Mrs. Flores. The problem is that this applicant asked for the vacation because he needed it to meet the Girard Tract
Will the
requirements.
people on the side please stop talking so that we can hear what's going on? Step to the back if you wish to continue your conversations. Proceed, Mr. Murley.
Thank you, Mr. Browdy. He has ignored working ordinances, starts at 6 o'clock in the morning, dumps building materials on the street, and we're very concerned that if he were to get this vacation, he would not fulfill his obligation over the past 2 years, which he's supposed to have corrected the illegal cuts that is now eroding the adjacent property owners and endangering their swimming pool, as well as the people downhill where there was, in this last year, a great amount of erosion because he didn't put in proper erosion control and removed all of the previous erosion control. There is conservancy land to the east of this which needs to be protected, and the access needs to be protected. If you are to give him the vacation, there must be a large enough bond to ensure that he corrects and restores the adjacent property owner's land, and that the portion that he is getting free will be properly done, maintained, and there will be legal access to the conservancy land to the east. So we ask that this be continued until such time as adequate bond is in place. Thank you.
Roy and Madeline George. Roy and Madeline George.
Yes, good morning, Councilman Bradley.
If you'll pull that microphone down a little lower, we'll be able to hear you better.
Fine. We are against the vacationing of Bandera Street to the builders that have now practically built their house on the property. One of the reasons is that we found out this morning that there has been no bond posted to guarantee that any of the work that he is supposed to be doing will be done. He has made lateral cuts in our property, and due to the recent storms, much of the soil has eroded down away from the property. And we definitely want to protest the fact that he has not built a retaining wall there that he is supposed to build. Right now, that's the main thing we say to the council, that no vacation should be approved until these conditions are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Alan Nutter. Is Mr. Nutter here? Please proceed, Mr. Nutter.
Yeah, my name's Alan Nutter. I'm the owner of the property. We've have a $26,000 bond for the retaining walls. The Public Works, that was a condition to do the grading. The property that's supposedly falling down, there's no property damage to the neighbor. There's been a little bit of soil due to the horrendous rains, but it's on my property. The wall, the retaining wall is partly built. There is a temporary retaining wall there now, and it will be completed within the next 2 weeks. That's all I have to say. We have the bond here, and I have photographs of the cut that was made on the side of the hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nutter. That completes the cards, and the public hearing now is closed. Members of the council, this matter is in my district, and there are technical difficulties with the bond. Until they are worked out, this matter ought to be continued. I move that the matter be continued for 2 weeks. Open the roll on the continuance. Call the roll.
14 ayes.
That matter was approved. This matter will be back on the council agenda in 2 weeks. Next item.
Item 3 is a continued hearing, Planning and Land Use Management Committee report and mitigated negative declaration. This is a variance appeal. It's located in Council District 1.
All right, is there any discussion on this item? Brian Allen. Oh, good.
Thank you, Mr. President pro tempore. My name is Brian Allen, the appellant in this matter. Mr. President, would it be useful to have a staff report on this issue before I speak? I don't know. I mean, asking your guidance.
I think you should proceed.
All right. My name is Brian Allen, the appellant, as I just indicated. I'm also a resident of the subject neighborhood, approximately 1.5 blocks from the subject site, for 17 years. I'm no newcomer to this site. I am no typical NIMBYist, someone who wants the development out of the area. The development, by the way, is an official police garage. As you may be aware, the City of Los Angeles does not itself tow vehicles, rather it contracts with private entities to do so. The applicant, Art Mercer, proposes to relocate his official police garage to the subject site. The subject site is north of the Glendale Freeway at DeLay Drive, which is near San Fernando Road. If any of you know where the old Vanny Camp's Bakery is, it's been in the news recently, it's near there. I'll give you a general idea where it is. I am not appealing the entitlement here at all. I'm appealing only certain conditions. I'm not saying turn on the development, I'm saying approve the development, but with changes in conditions, particularly conditions number 1, 8, and 10. The conditions, changes in conditions which I've proposed are in the record. Let me also state here, although the Planning and Land Use Management Committee did, in fact, recommend denying my appeal, they did so without examining the merits. Specifically, they recommended denying the appeal only because the council office had not been heard from, not because my appeal had merits or lacked merits. So therefore, let me proceed now with the question of merits. There are several issues here which I consider significant in this development. Primarily is one of what I consider to be sub-regional interest. The proposed development is on former Union Pacific Railroad property. The property also abuts an old railroad right-of-way of the Union Pacific Railroad, specifically its old Glendale branch right-of-way. This right-of-way is 30 feet wide and now in the hands of the private developer, as well as the rest of the land he proposes to develop for the official police garage. As the development conditions now stand, the developer is now required to effectuate all access to the development across Delay Drive and to effect an improvement of Flexer Drive in addition to certain dedications along Delay Drive and along Flexer Drive. This railroad right-of-way is not just any old railroad right-of-way. This railroad right-of-way has potential use, and not just imagined potential use, but definite potential use for alternative transportation uses, be it a bikeway, equestrian trail, light rail transit, or a busway. Indeed, Skaggs adopted railroad right-of-way report, which is in the record, identifies this particular right-of-way as being of urgent need for preservation for rail transit use. Most of the other rights-of-way which this report adopted by the Skaggs Executive Committee as of being of a high priority for acquisition have already been acquired by the LSTC, not this particular right-of-way. Therefore, this right-of-way, this former rail right-of-way has two potential uses, has various potential issues connected with it. The issue which I am raising primarily here is one of access to the development and street dedication. Presently, the developer is required to dedicate 20 feet of this former railroad right-of-way to improve Delay Drive. Delay Drive abuts the property and is presently improved to an alley width standard, approximately 20 feet wide. The developer is required to dedicate an additional 20 feet on his side of Delay Drive for future widening. I propose instead that condition number 10 be amended to require the developer to dedicate an additional 10 feet or 30 feet of the total right-of-way, and that the city indicate its intent to redefine the center line of Delay Drive 10 feet to the 10 feet to the northeast, and to thereby enable the city to require the dedication of this additional 10 feet of right-of-way. Furthermore, I am proposing that the development conditions be amended to eliminate the requirement that the developer effect access to his development only across the former railroad right-of-way from Delay Drive. Those are my two primary conditions. In addition, to accommodate these modifications, the modifications which are in the file, condition number 1 would also need to be amended in order to allow for a changed site plan. Understand here, I am not asking that the city request the developer or require the developer to dedicate additional land for mass transit purposes. This would not be a legal dedication. I am asking the city to require the developer to dedicate 10 additional feet for street right-of-way purposes, the street right-of-way then being potentially usable for other purposes, just as, for example, Washington Boulevard or Flower Street in downtown Los Angeles are usable for other purposes, such as light rail transit.
Mr. Allen, why don't you try to summarize?
I wish to bring up, before I summarize, I'd like to bring up one more point here, and that is the legality of the city requiring the developer to dedicate an additional 10 feet. There are two ways of approaching this. One way, the developer can merely be given incentives to dedicate the right-of-way, meaning he may voluntarily dedicate the right-of-way and in turn receive relief from other requirements the city has imposed. I have proposed 5 such reliefs from present requirements. The second possibility is for the city actually to require the developer to dedicate the 10 additional feet of right-of-way. The legality of doing so is to, I hope the city attorney is listening here. If he's not listening, he's not earning his pay. The city may require 10 additional feet of right-of-way in order to make the development conform with its general plan. There is explicit language in the Northeast District, Los Angeles District Plan element of the general plan which states, quote, highways and local streets shown in this plan shall be developed in accordance with standards and criteria contained in the highways and freeways element of the general plan and in the city's standard street dimensions, except where environmental issues and planning practices warrant alternate standards consistent with capacity requirements. Now, I am submitting that by the city redefining the center line of this right-of-way and requiring the additional 10 feet of dedication from this developer and for giving an additional 10 feet of dedication from developers across the street, that environmentally superior results will ensue by virtue of the fact that the damage to a property across the street from a dedication of the additional 10 feet across the street would be avoided. And upon those bases, I am asking the city either to require the additional 10 feet of dedication or to give the developer incentives to make the additional 10 feet of dedication and to eliminate the requirement in condition number 8 that the developer effect access to the property only across the delay drive, modify condition number 1 to allow a modified site plan. And as long as I'm speaking here, I'm speaking here mainly on a sub-regional issue. If I might just say here for the record, I believe that the three most southerly trees on the developer's lot need not be cut down, and I ask that the developer be required to simply re-evaluate the feasibility of retaining those three tall trees. And with that, if the local councilman has any questions on this matter, certainly I would be glad to answer them. And remember here, I'm not just talking about some wild idea I have here. Mass Transit may someday use this right-of-way. I'm saying SCAG's executive committees adopted a railroad right-of-way report, identifies this right-of-way as of high priority for acquisition and preservation. This appeal is a stopgap effort to preserve the right-of-way until such time as the full right-of-way can be acquired by a public entity for public transportation uses. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen.
Any questions?
Chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council. This is a right-of-way that I'm very familiar with. I used to actually use it to pick up and drop off my father-in-law when he was working for Southern Pacific. It's also in an area that's near a school, I'd say about half a block from a school or a block from a school. And we had some concerns as to how this project would mix. We did go out, we did look at the project. The Board of Zoning Appeals had put some conditions that we were very satisfied with. The school district and the school basically issued a letter in support of the project, and my representative, one of my field people, did show up at the committee and explain that we were supporting the project. My major concern right now is as long as the right-of-way remains as is, we're dealing with some other factors, crime and so forth, and it's too near that school to continue dealing with it, dumping of tires and so forth. It's been an item that we've been dealing with on an ongoing basis since I've been in this office. I urge that the council support the committee's recommendation and the Board of Zoning Appeals conditions. There has been modifications to the project. I appreciate Mr. Allen's involvement in this project. He made us aware of some issues that we had to look for. But the whole transportation corridor issue, the LACTC is looking south of that, south of the Vandy campsite. They're not even considering this area. And so with that, I am asking that the council support the committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of this item, members of the council? I hear none. Open the roll on Mr. Hernandez's recommendation. Close the roll.
14 ayes.
That matter was approved. Next item.
Item 4 is a required hearing, ordinance first reading establishing cost recovery fees for engineering review of subdivision maps.
Is there any discussion of this item? Item 4? If not, open the roll. Close the roll.
14 ayes.
That was approved. Next item.
On today's supplemental agenda, item 39 is a required hearing, Planning and Land Use Management Committee report, mitigated negative declaration. This is a tract map appeal located in Council District 14.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? If so, come forward.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Alatorre.
What I would advocate would be, I know there are people probably that do want to be heard on this item. We've had two other hearings, numerous hearings on this. I would ask that the hearing be limited to 5 minutes on each side.
You've heard the motion for a limited public hearing. There are 6 people on one side and 2 people on the other. Open the roll on a 5-minute public hearing for both sides. Close the roll.
14 ayes.
That was approved. We'll have a 5-minute public hearing. The first people will speak against the proposal. Eugene Whitehead. Eugene Whitehead, please come forward, and then Carlos De La Rosa. Please proceed.
All right. I'd like to say that this project, as far as I'm concerned, is a deception perpetrated on the community by the councilman's office, the councilman being Richard Alatorre. The particular person I talked to in his office was Diego Cardoza. Over a year ago, I talked to him about the community's concern about this project and that the majority of people are against it. At that time, he told me that this project will not be built unless the majority of people approve it. Sometime later, we presented to him petitions that a majority of the people had signed in the community that were against it. And I understand he said, in effect, I don't care how many people are against it, we are going to build it anyway. Also, I want to say that, as far as I'm concerned, this project is deception perpetrated on the community by the developer, who told the community and also circulated petitions that said that he had all the permits to build a 250-unit apartment project, and that he was willing to reduce this project to 153 condominiums. As a matter of fact, we found out that he never had all the permits. In addition, during the period when his petition was being circulated for signature, we found that his plan check for the 250-unit apartment project had expired. In addition, Henry W. McGee, Jr., professor of law at UCLA, and a Barbara Blinderman, an attorney specialist in land use law, have both found serious legal deficiencies in the city's action approving this tract. The city planning department erred in failing to consider IPRO in making the subdivision map findings.
This one is.
The city planning department erred in failing to consider IPRO in its environmental assessment. The tract cannot be deemed grandfathered because the plan check expired. And this plan check, by the way, was initiated one day before the applicability of IPRO. That's the one that expired. Finally, the argument for this tract to provide low-cost housing ignores the fact that existing homes and condos are available in the area, in the neighborhood, at a lower cost than the selling price of these condominiums. Thank you.
Carlos De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr.
And then Mr. David Diaz.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. I just want to quickly say that we've made our points in the appeal, basically that IPRO should apply to this project, that whether or not IPRO applies to this project, it still goes against the language of the district plan. It still goes against, it still is not compatible with the neighborhood. There still is not adequate traffic circulation in the neighborhood. And there are many other problems with this project which we have pointed out. We realize what the result will probably be today, but we're willing to fight this all the way to the end because we believe, the whole community believes, as you have on record, 300 petitions, 300 signatures, that is, on our most recent petitions. Those people are dedicated to seeing that this project will not stand, and I am too. So I encourage you, though it may be a futile effort at this point, to vote against this project and to make sure that it does not stand. Thank you.
I have been informed that this is a required public hearing and that there can be no limitation on time. The chair recognizes Mr. David Diaz.
Good morning, Mr. Browdy. I'm councilman here in Los Angeles. I'm here to oppose this project for one major reason. The city and the mayor should not be proposing neighborhood projects that destroy stable neighborhoods. What you're actually looking at is a community of about 7 blocks with 300 units. In one fell swoop, you're going to increase the density by over 50% of this neighborhood, and it's going to wreck it. The whole concept of neighborhood planning goes out the window. The current Northeast plan to protect stable neighborhoods goes out the window. The whole concept of stabilizing minority communities goes out the window. And more importantly, this whole city's concept of densification, where you put major density along corridors where transportation, bus lines, and other facilities, light rail, can handle it, goes right out the window. Even your very timid planning staff has panned this project. It's so bad that they say the streets are too narrow to handle the traffic. We don't have the infrastructure for schools, recreation, and other services in our community. The whole compatibility issue in relation to this project just completely obliterates neighborhood planning in our community. The real problem that the City Council has to look at also is affordable housing. If the mayor's office is going to propose this kind of density dumping...
We have some order in the council, please. It's difficult to hear.
Density dumping and neighborhood busting. Every major homeowner group in this city is aware of this. Every major homeowner group in the Northeast area is aware of it. And the fact that you're going to increase density in a stable neighborhood by 50% with one project means within 3 years, you're going to increase it by probably 100%. The city will be back on this project, but the budget issues will be police, fire protection, social services, not community stability. Affordable housing should be designed to make communities better, not wipe them out. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from those who are for the project. John Bowen, followed by Jeffrey Earhart, followed by Richard Zaldiva.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is John Bowman with Resnick and Resnick, speaking on behalf of Aviv Realty and Development Corporation, the applicant and property owner in this case. The proposed project, which is known as the Hilltop Colony Project, represents a significant and important housing resource for the El Sereno community. The project physically includes 153 condominium units contained within three-story buildings. The project itself conforms in all respects to the city's general plan and to the applicable zoning classification. This project, of course, has already been approved by the city's advisory agency and the City Planning Commission. And what I'd like to do now very briefly is respond to some of the points that have been made in this appeal. First of all, there's been a contention made that somehow this project is not consistent with the general plan or is somehow not compatible with the neighborhood. That is simply not the case. The property is designated medium-density housing, zoned R3. This project conforms. In fact, this project density has already been reduced to the low end of the R3 zone. This project was originally approved as a 250-unit apartment building, and it was only after extensive discussions and negotiations with the council office staff, the community, and other interested parties that this concept of a 153-unit condominium project was accepted. There's also been a suggestion that somehow this project is not truly affordable because of the proposed market value of the units. Again, that is simply not the case. This project has already been approved for financing through various city housing programs, and as part of that approval, 75% of the units in this project are limited to households of low and moderate income. Furthermore, $11.9 million in mortgage bond proceeds has already been allocated to this project under the city's 1991 home mortgage program, which will ensure that buyers of these units will have access to low interest rate mortgage loans. There's also been the contention that this project somehow violates the interim plan revision ordinance for the Northeast Los Angeles district. Again, that is simply not the case. The IPRO, by its own terms, exempts this project. The suggestion that somehow the Building and Safety Department erred by extending the plan check simply is not before the City Council. That point was made very clear by the City Attorney when this case was heard by the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. For the record, however, ample evidence supports the determination made by Building and Safety that the IPRO simply doesn't apply to this project. There's also been the contention of violations of CEQA. Again, This project has been reviewed at least 3 times by 3 different agencies, and in each case, the agency has concluded no impact on the environment. Specific finding made that there is no impact on the transportation system. Nevertheless, conditions of approval will require substantial street improvements, street widening, street improvements, dedication of easements for turnarounds, substantial mitigation measures proposed. In conclusion, just let me say that this is perhaps one of the most important housing projects in recent years for this community, and I would urge very strongly that the project be approved and this appeal be denied. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Browdy, council members. My name is Jeff Earhart. I was born and raised in El Sereno, grew up there, went to all the schools, currently work for one of the high school in El Sereno. There's a desperate need for single-family homes and, non-rentals, condominiums that people like me can afford to buy, townhouses and houses. These days, there's no way that anybody can go in that community and build a house versus a condominium or a townhouse for under $200,000, sell it for $200,000. Across the street from where I live, they just put up new houses that are going for $250,000. These people say that houses are going lower than what these condominiums are going for. It's ridiculous. As far as overcrowding schools and stuff, well, I work for Wilson High School in El Sereno, and we've lost a lot of teachers because the schools were not overcrowded. That's another reason why we went year-round. I don't understand why these people are trying to stop building this when this is badly needed, and they don't think about the many apartment buildings that's gone in El Sereno or the motels that we have in El Sereno that we don't even need. I hope that you consider this and approve this townhouse. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Richard Zaldivar. I'm not here as a lobbyist or as a consultant. I'm here as a member of my community. And I would like to publicly first thank Councilman Alatorre and his office for working very hard with the community in reaching this compromise for this development. 2 years ago, the developer came to the community with a plan to build 282 apartment units. At that time, the community became involved with the council office and the developer and says we do not need any more apartment units. What we need in this community is affordable housing. He diligently worked to a compromise of 153 condo townhouse units on the hilltop in El Sereno. And after walking the streets and gathering support of over 2,000 residents of El Sereno in support of this project, and over 85% of the people who live within the 500 feet radius of that project for the support, we're here to support the development of the condo townhouses. Again, I'm here to support the project. I don't want to be redundant. But we in the predominantly Hispanic community need affordable housing. We need this project. And yes, I would like to be one of those residents who live on that hill. Thank you.
Mr. DeSoto and Mr. Batinsky and Mr. Lopez, will you all come forward, please?
Good morning, Mr. Browning, council members. My name is John DeSoto. I'm the honorary mayor of El Sereno. I'm also chairman of the Housing Committee for the El Sereno Coordinating Council. I'm here on behalf of the Coordinating Council, the second highest body of the community of El Sereno, to support this project for one reason. A lot of hard work has went into trying to separate the pros and cons on this project. There are more pros than there are cons. The project itself is very well developed. It has additional parking. It has a playground for younger kids on. It has a basketball court, a rec room, and a pool center, stuff that was not originally put in the original development. As has been said today, apartments were the main development in the beginning. It's been changed because we will not stand for more apartments in the community of El Sereno. We have overabundance of apartments that are half empty now that are used for drug activity. So this ownership, we feel, will be a positive way of bringing some type of homes to the lower, younger class of people that can afford them because of the financing that was set up for this project. You will be able to get in with 5, 10, and 20% down. No one can afford a house in these times on the prices of $200,000. So I hope that you will all support this project and vote yes to help us move ahead in developing housing for the much-needed community of El Sereno. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Saul Bitensky. I'm Vice President with Aviv Realty, the applicant for the subdivision. The history of this project is so long that I cannot condense it into 1 minute, but I can stand here with full conviction and a clean heart and mind and tell you that the community prevailed over, and the 153 first-time ownership is the need and the wants of the community. Thank you for your time.
Lee Lopez.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Lee Lopez. I live within 300 feet of the proposed project. I personally know some young couples that would like to buy a place there because their families live in that area, but they can't afford it. This will provide housing for these young people. Instead of having them move out, they would be able to remain in the general area. So I respectfully request that you approve this project. Thank you.
We have one more card. Julius Robbs, Jr.
I've been living in El Sereno for 25 years, and I own my own home, and I think this project that they're doing, I'm for it, because they're going to build some near my house, and the townhouse, and it's good for the young kids, and I would like to see all the young children that lived here to live in the neighborhood still. I didn't want to see none of them go away. And that's all I got to say. I am for this project that they're building. Thank you.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. The chair recognizes Mr. Latorre.
Yes, Mr. President and members, I am here to rise in support of this particular project. This project has a real long history, and obviously there have been detractors as well as supporters of it. I think there's a great deal more supporters today as a result of the changes that have come about from the time that this project was first introduced, which was first introduced as apartment housing for people in the El Sereno community. You know, the one thing that we heard loud and clear during the initial meetings that I had on the project, and at one time we turned down the project for 200 and I think it was over 53 apartments. We turned that project down and we stopped the financing of it. And then the developer proceeded to meet with residents of the community, and like I told him, said, you have to get substantial community support for the project. You're not going to get support for apartments. You possibly can get support for ownership, because this is something that is very near and dear to the people that live in El Sereno, especially the young men and women that are graduating from the high schools, are going on to college, and are interested and desirous of staying in the community. So we put together a project, and the project that you have before you today of 153 affordable condominium townhouses. It is hopefully for first-time home buyers. It provides the financing mechanisms to make them attractive to first-time home buyers. It provides the amenities so that the people that live there have livable space to move and to play. There have been mitigations as far as transportations are concerned that were of concern to some of the residents in the community. And it's interesting that initially, probably the developer had maybe 10% of the people living within a 500 block radius, 500 feet radius of that development. And now over 85% of the people that live there, that are owners of property there, now support it. And they support it because it does make sense. It makes sense for the community. It makes sense so that the contrary to one of the statements that were made about destabilizing the community, I think if it does anything, it would provide some stability so that the people that are not interested in staying in that community, the young men and women that still live there, that are desirous of staying there, I think have an opportunity to be there. You heard some of them speak today, and I think there's a lot more of the people that want to stay in that community, but unfortunately there isn't the housing available for them. I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any other no applause, please. Is there any other discussion? If not, open the roll. Close the roll.
13 ayes, 1 no.
That was approved. Next item. Members of the council, it appears that the agenda will be lengthy today. Therefore, lunch has been ordered.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask that item 17 be taken up out of order.
We do have a long agenda. Is there objection to taking number 17 out of order?
What is 17? That's the police civilianization.
17 is a report from Governmental Efficiency and Public Safety Committees.
Mr. Bernardi, do you wish to speak? Would you speak so we can hear you, Mr. Bernardi?
People here on some of the other matters, and I think the only people to be involved here would be the city people with respect to the police situation. So I think 17 ought to be taken in order. I think it's a good idea, but it ought to be taken in order.
All right. Was there a second to that motion, Madam Clerk?
I didn't hear a second.
What was the motion? I didn't hear it.
To
I'm
take
sorry.
a 17 out of order.
Second.
All right. Open the roll. Close the roll.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
We'll now take item 17. All right. Does anyone wish to speak on item 17? Yeah, wait. Mr. Wu, press your button, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the council, item 17 follows on a motion which I introduced some time ago following reports about the number of able-bodied police officers who are working on desk jobs, jobs that do not require officers. At a time when there's so much concern about crime in the city, whether it's gang shootings or drive-by shootings or robberies or other types of crime, I think it's essential that the city council do all it can to put more police officers out on the street. What we're saying is, if there are able-bodied police officers available, we'd like to have them out there doing the work, protecting and serving the people of the city, and not working on jobs like the gift shop at the police academy, organizing golf tournaments, painting murals on the sides of freeway walls, or other types of jobs which could be served by civilians. The CAO's office has prepared a report which essentially confirms that there are approximately 400 positions which could be replaced by civilians. The Governmental Efficiency Committee held a hearing at which we were told by the CAO's office that the cost of a civilian is approximately 60% of the cost of an able-bodied officer. And so by doing this, we not only are making city government operate more efficiently, we're also trying to reassure the public about safety in the streets. I will be introducing a motion which will be distributed on the table, motion 19A, which proposes that we take some money out of our salary savings, the LAPD salary savings, and set it aside provide for a special trust account to begin the process of civilianization. Altogether, to put all 400 officers out on the street, it's going to cost about $22 million. Given the amount of money, given what our budget situation is, we can't afford all $22 million. However, we have identified that there are about $8 million in LAPD salary savings. I'm proposing we take half of those salary savings, in other words, $4 million, and put it into a trust account to begin the process of civilianization. That $4 million would put about 80 officers out onto the street and begin that process of running the police department more efficiently and using our money more efficiently in the city budget. So I'll ask for an aye vote on motion 19A, which will be distributed. Thank you.
All right. Has that motion been distributed?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Yaroslavsky.
Before you start my time, Mr. President, I'd like the CAO to come up. Where is he? Keith? And just don't start my time. I would just like Mr. Comrie to, would you just give us a status of the current situation on the city budget this fiscal year and what the implications of any transfer from the police over the police surplus would mean? And then I'll have my word on it.
The council has had before it a number of actions to cope with the current recession. During those actions, approximately $100 million has been moved out of various accounts, including police accounts, are recommended to be moved to keep the budget in balance. The money that's referred to in this motion would be part of that budget balancing item.
All right. Mr. President, I really wish Councilman Wu had at least talked to me or my staff, or had his staff talk to us about this, because this is the wrong thing to do at the wrong time. I'm puzzled by how you save money by spending an added $4 to $8 million. Money that we cannot afford to spend right now. Money that we don't have. We are now in the red $100 million, or about $100 million in this fiscal year. In the next couple of weeks, you're going to have a budget before you that is going to be, it's going to ruin your day, if not your year. Every dollar counts. The freeze on hiring that we placed on all departments, including the police department, was designed not to start new programs that we cannot afford, but to balance our budget, which was in the red because the city continues to suffer from a recessionary economy. And to the extent that you take money that is now accumulating as savings through our rigorous and very painful hiring freeze process and start a new program, you are only digging yourself a deeper hole that you're going to have to dig yourself out of in a couple of weeks. And I think no one knows that situation better than I do and than Mr. Comrie does right now. Now, civilianization is a money saver when it's done without spending money, when it's done through time. It is a backwards way of doing things to say you're going to save the city money by taking $4 million or $8 million out of a savings and put it into a new program. You cannot do this overnight, can you, Mr. Comrie? You could not civilianize 400 positions in 30 to 60 to 90 days, could you?
The Police Commission's working on the review now, and they haven't come back to us with a plan yet.
It pays to review it. It pays to look at it and see how much it would cost and how much how long it would take to implement. That's what's in the motion, the committee report that's on the agenda. It is fiscally irresponsible. It is fiscally irresponsible to raid the police budget now for some new program. We are going to need every dollar to balance the budget, and we may not be able to balance it in any case. So I strongly, in the strongest possible terms, I am the strongest advocate of police civilianization that you will find in this building. But this is not the way to do it. To cut off your nose to spite your face. And you're going to have before you the mayor's veto on the fingerprint system. I don't know how this sizes up versus that or other things in the police department as far as priorities, and we're not going to give that to the police department because we just can't afford it right now. So it's a good thing. We're all for civilianization. We simply cannot afford to take money that is there to balance our budget and dig ourselves into a hole. It is the most irresponsible, fiscally irresponsible thing we can do to send a message to this community that we are deficit spending, and that's what this would do. So I'm going to move that the motion, that only the portion of the motion or the amendment that involves the appropriation of money or the transfer of money be referred to the Budget and Finance Committee and to the Public Safety Committee for further review, and the rest of it is fine.
All right. Mr. Wax.
I would support Mr. Yaroslavsky. I want to support the concept of civilianization. It's not new. I remember several years ago, Mr. Bernardi had a committee and Mr. Yaroslavsky both, and two committees simultaneously dealt with the issue of civilianization after we had the 10-year audit at that time, and many positions were in fact civilianized. What we have now before us, though, is a concept on one hand and an appropriation of money, and I told Mr. Wu it's the money part that bothers me. Mr. Holden and others, myself and others, worked hard not to have that money taken away from the police department that was originally recommended to have taken away from the police department, because we felt that maintaining the department at its fullest strength was the highest priority. What we need to know from the police department, however, is that if it gets to keep the salary savings that we've frozen, what are the priorities within the police department to do the best job in terms of dealing with crime in this area? Is, in fact, the civilianization of some of these additional jobs a higher priority than, for example, of overtime for existing police officers who are out on the streets, who could be walking footbeats and things of that nature? Is the police department here on this? I need to know from them how, if they get to keep the money we've set aside, they would weigh this priority vis-a-vis the other possible ways of effectively dealing with crime out on the streets. I think that we're making a budget decision out of context, and you can't do that out of context in bad times. You can do it in good times because you can just always sort of pay for it and then get some more for the other things you want. But if you do it in bad times and you don't have things left for the critical things, then you're in trouble. So these decisions have to be made in a broader context. Mr. Comrie, who is here from the police department on this issue?
I don't know if there's anyone here.
If this doesn't go to committee, Mr. President, I think we would definitely need to have from the commission and the police department staff people here that can address the relative priorities within the department. To spend their money, which is so precious at this time, we better spend it in a way that gets the best bang for the buck in terms of effective law enforcement. And I can't believe we're going to be making a decision of $4 million without that input here. What are the options, Mr. Comrie? What other ways do we spend $4 million on?
In the department, they're actually just in the process of doing a study now, so they may not even be in the position to tell you which positions they're proposing to civilianize. And their first step, of course, is in some cases there may be no cost. A uniformed officer may be doing a function that can be discontinued or can be handled by remaining people in the station that's involved, and those staff can be moved to the field. That's the very first item in this motion, is to ask the police commission to do that.
Well, see, one of the things that would concern me, for example, there's the obvious. There's some things that needn't be done by a uniformed officer. But you may have something else. You may have a uniformed officer, for example, who's been hurt, who can't necessarily do the duties they used to do, and has now been assigned to a job that might be civilianized. The last thing I would want to do is hire a high-priced civilian to do that job, take an officer who's not capable because of past injury or something out on the field, and just be burdened with an additional cost for that job. I'd rather hire a new recruit who can go out there as an able-bodied person and be out there fighting crime for many, many years to come. This analysis would be needed, and I think Mr. Wu's motion calls for that analysis to be made by the commission, and it's a good motion. It's the appropriation of the funds at this time that I think I can't say. I need someone here from the police department to tell me whether they would rather spend the $4 million on this, or whether we would get more money for spending $4 million on footbeats or other crime. Well, Mr. Yaroslavsky, that's a different debate whether they're getting. Some of us feel that they should have it, but I don't. But when I say they should have it, I need their input as to what's the best way to spend that money to deal with crime in this city. And why isn't someone from the police department here? Mr. President, would you call them, please?
Chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez. Would the police department send someone over here, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, right now listening to the debate, one, Zeb, I understand that we all get to take the same amount with us when we're dead. But I also understand that there's a joke going around by USC that says the only safe thing is a bullet. And I think we all were here last week when we had some crime victims, recent crime victims, come before us. And crime is a major problem in the city. And I think that this action, and I know it was stirred by an article in the paper about civilians doing sworn personnel's jobs, has created a different kind of focus. We did a deployment study and we found that there's 4,231 officers available to be deployed out in the field. Now what that tells me is there's 3,700 officers doing something else. When we ask the numbers, where are they? We don't get consistent numbers, but it's the police department that keeps the statistics. When we ask about crime, it's them who keep the statistics. And I think that IDS could do that, our information, ISD could do that. I also know that I attended an opening of a police substation in Chinatown, and I'm real concerned about getting police officers there. And there was a whole press corps there. There was police officers dealing with the traffic on Spring Street, not Department of Transportation officers, but they were sworn personnel. I know that our development projects for police stations are moving real slow, but I know that $534,000 was for sworn personnel. In terms of someone making sure that those stations are the kinds of stations our police department would like to have, and we're paying consultants almost an equal amount of money to guide us through this development process. I think that our realities right now is we have to look at not only the police department's budgets, but this entire budget to reprioritize how we're going to do things next year. But our reality is there's a lot of money out there in that police department that we don't know how is spent. And it's the chief's decisions. We need personnel on the streets. That's what's going on. And I think that this motion allows us to start that process. But I agree with Zeb when he talks about the $4 million shouldn't just be spent. Because I think there's officers there who should be on the field, and civilians who are not paid, volunteers will be willing to do. And the police department tells us they cannot do that. But I also think that there are some shuffling of people that has to go on. But we're going to lose about 600 officers between now and next year. And without an academy class starting, without review of lateral hires and other processes, we're going to have less officers to deal with the problems we're dealing with today. And I think that we as a council, or one of the committees, should be reviewing now, how do we start a class? Because it takes 1.5 years to get them on the streets. How is it that we deal with lateral hires? Do we want to hire them? Because it takes 1 year to get them on the streets. But the people who should be on the streets right now are some of the personnel who are on the department, and we got to make sure that the chief is looking at those angles, because people are dying on the streets. And the safest thing on our streets should not be bullets. Thank you very much.
Ms. Galanter.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to point out to you that there are actually two motions under discussion here. If you look carefully at Mr. Wu's original motion, 17, which is on the agenda, he's asked that we direct the police, or ask the police commission to develop a plan to implement civilianization of whatever jobs can be civilianized. And I think that's a great idea. 17A, if I may suggest, Michael, is really a separate motion, which is that we set aside $4 million to pay for that. Since we don't have the plan yet, we can't spend the money on it anyway. And it seems to me very simple to send 17A to committee to pass 17, which will direct that a plan be put together analyzing which jobs could be civilianized. Some of that work's been done. More of it needs to be done. That will assess exactly what it would cost, position by position, and that will recommend how and when that ought to be done. It's not until that plan is done that we have any basis for spending the $4 million, even if we set it aside. So why set it aside at this point, given our budget crunch? I repeat myself, but in less than 3 minutes, the very simple way to deal with this is to approve item 17 and send 17A to committee. And then we don't have to have the police department come over here now and discuss their entire priorities. We can simply have that taken up in the course of the budget discussions, where they're going to be doing it anyway in the very next few weeks.
Mr. Holden.
Members and President, members. Oh yeah, I'm looking at 1789. That's where you discussed the money. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu, I really support what you are doing. Just last week, we had people from my community and from Mr. Thomas's community, and certainly people could have come from each of our districts and complained about the fact that the murder rate is escalating, the criminal is on the loose, and we can't stop them. Certainly not without additional police officers. We don't even have a class in training at the academy, and we are losing more police officers due to the attrition. Police officers retiring and are quitting. The problem is the people are upset about all of this, and we have to respond to it. And the method that you have chosen to respond to the need to provide additional police officers should be commended. The fact that we have police officers who could be out on duty, and for those who can, they should. It may not go into effect right now, but I can understand Mr. Yaslovsky's point of view as well. It can go into effect, and when should it go into effect? It should go into effect maybe at the time we're adopting the budget, at the time when you perhaps would have a new police chief working with the commission, and that may be some new members of the commission, maybe the commission will remain the same, and certainly with the members of the council and the Public Safety Committee who's already approved your recommendation to the extent possible, require police officers who are working the desk jobs to go back out on the street. Nothing is wrong with that. The public will support it. In terms of the money, I don't know. I don't think you have to adopt the money right now. But your 4 recommendations that was approved by the committee certainly ought to be overwhelmingly or unanimously adopted, where you're asking the commission to do something, and that is to develop a plan to replace civilian employees with all sworn officers. That's a great idea. The police commission is estimate the funding required. They have to estimate the funding required. So you really, ahead of yourself when you ask that we appropriate a fixed amount of money when we don't even know what that's going to be, because we don't know how many police officers that we're going to put back on duty. So I would say that your recommendation 1, 2, 3, 4 should be unanimously adopted, and I would go with that. In regard to 17A, and I'm just looking at it for the first time, I'm not prepared to respond to it as relates to the money. But I will say to you that those 4 recommendations are excellent, long overdue, and we should approve them unanimously.
President, may I make an introduction, please?
Mr. Wax for an introduction.
Yes, Mr. President, members of council, if I could just take one moment of our time while we continue this debate. It's a very timely day when we're discussing particularly public safety and police officers in our community, that we would have some wonderful young guests from the Cohasset Street Elementary School. But we have 60 students from the 4th and 5th grade at Cohasset, and they're here with several of their teachers, and they're seeing City Hall and seeing their city government at work. And I wonder if the students and their teachers and advisors would stand and be recognized by the council. We're delighted you'd be with us today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mrs. Pikus.
Members of the council, I have a sense of deja vu as we discuss the civilianization of the police department, because we've been through it many, many times in the years that I have been here. And we were successful some years back in civilianizing an important section of the police department, and it is good to revisit the issue, because knowing that that has worked successfully, we also recognize that now in a time of crisis that we need to get more police officers out on the streets and have fewer of them behind the desks and doing the desk jobs. And having the record of success behind us, we know that we can be successful this time. So, Mike, there is just no question that in concept, I support what it is you want to do, what item 17 talks about. However, I do have a problem with 17A. As Ms. Galander said, we need to do this in the context of the budget. We don't have to wait very long to do this. And in addition to which, as I understand it, what we need to do is to ask we are asking the police commission to prepare the plan, because they're responsible for managing the LAPD. Once they have prepared the plan, then we can review it and we can determine how best to implement it. So it does seem premature to put the money in it at this time, and it is appropriate for that to go to the committee and to be looked at in the context of the budget deliberations. So yes, I support it in concept. I'm glad that we've returned we're revisiting the issue at this time. We have a track record regarding it, but I think it is premature to attempt to finance it. So I will support 17, but send 17A to committee as Ms. Galander proposed.
Mr. Alatorre.
Do we have a motion on 17A?
Yes, you have 17A on the desk.
No, but is there a motion to refer it to committee?
Yes, Councilman Yaroslawski made the motion on
Very
the, on
good.
the second paragraph to send to committees.
Fine. Mr. President and members, you know, I think that what Mike is attempting to do, I think, is great. I think it's something that is very consistent with what many of us have talked about for several years. Now there probably is a greater will to do it more so today than ever in light of the tremendous needs that we have out in the street to get more police officers out from under the desk and out into patrol cars throughout the city of Los Angeles. But in light of the fact that we don't know, and I spoke to Mr. Wu, that we don't know what the $4 million is going to mean in relationship to other programs, I think the appropriate thing to do is to refer that section 17A back to committee so that we can look at it in the totality of the police department and make decisions that are in the best interest of the people of Los Angeles. I'd ask for an aye vote on 17, and I'd ask that 17A be referred to committee.
Mrs. Flores.
I move the previous question.
Open the roll on the previous question. Close the roll.
13 eyes.
Now, that was approved. Now, open the roll. We're going to divide the question. First, we'll vote on 17 without amendments. Then we'll vote to send 17A to committee. If that fails, then we will vote on 17A.
Mr. President, for clarification, Councilman Yaroslawski only asked that the paragraph dealing with the monies be referred to Budget and Finance and Public Safety Committee. He
All
has
right.
agreed to
So
the...
we'll vote on the amendment first.
No, I meant all of 17A. All of
You wanted
17A,
all of
which is
17A?
both money related.
All right.
What I meant was the 17A to committee, the rest of 17 is fine.
17A is the...
All right,
is
so
just the
then we
motion.
can vote on 17 first.
Mr. President, can I make a suggestion? I think you should vote on the referral to committee first, and if it doesn't pass, then at least
Is there
we
any
have it before.
objection to that procedure? If not, open the roll on referring 17A as amended to committee. Close the roll. Open the roll. Close the roll.
12 eyes, 2 noes.
All right, now open the roll on 17. Open the roll. Close the roll.
14 eyes.
That was approved.
Mr. President,
Mr. Alatorre.
I have an item that there are several people that are here for, and that has to do with, I believe it's item number 19. And can we take that up so we can dispense of it hopefully once?
Is there any objection to taking item 19 out of order?
Oh, come
Good,
on.
because we've got there are people here from a long way out in the valley who are here in the hearing, and we're going to...
You can hear it next. Hear it next.
Why, you mean it was going to last as long as this
No,
one?
it's not
There was
gonna
no justification for putting this ahead of anything.
All right.
Is there a second to Mr. Alatorre's motion?
Yes, I second Mr. Alatorre's motion.
All right, open the roll on taking number 19 out of order. 19 is the
Coyote traps.
animal regulation matter. There are many people here, I think, on item 19.
No, it's not.
Open the roll. Close the roll.
12 eyes, 2 noes.
That was amended. We will first hear a report from Mr. Olson from the Animal Regulation Department on new material.
Mr. President, we've already heard numerous
The department has reported that there's new material and they wish to present the material.
Then
And that's what I have,
That's fine. I have no problem with that. Then we have new material that I wish to present.
Point of
on the
order,
other
Mr.
side.
President. Point of order.
Mr. Holden?
Has Mr. Alatorre been recognized?
No, he has not. Proceed, Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. With me today is Wildlife Specialist Louis Dado. I'm Gary Olson, District Supervisor with the City of Los Angeles, Department of Animal Regulation. We've been here 3 times now, so I'll just very simply pass over the fact that we wish to have the option of using both traps that are utilized in capturing the coyote. One is the walk-in trap and the other is the self-catch padded trap. We've used this trap for approximately 20 years without incident. We believe that this is a public safety issue. A question arose last council meeting, whereas how many counties and where else is this trap being used? And I called the California State Fish and Game Wildlife Management representative, Mr. Larry Sitton, who indicated to me that the Department of Fish and Game for the California State does use this trap. The United States Fish and Wildlife Federal Agency uses this trap, but they are exempt from state law, and they may use the steel jaw trap. The State Department of Agriculture Animal Damages Control contracts with over 40 counties in the state of California to use this particular trap. We telephoned the Deputy Agricultural Commissioner for the Los Angeles County, Mr. Richard Whiteman, and he indicated that for 18 months they tried the walk-in trap, and during those 18 months they were successful with 4 coyotes. He indicated that they were pups, they had not yet grown wise and older, as older coyotes will, about the trap. Also, I believe that several council members wanted to know what was going on around the city of Los Angeles. Therefore, there was a contact made, and the cities that are contracted by the Los Angeles County Agricultural Department are Agoura Hills, Arcadia, Beverly Hills, Bradbury, Calabasas, Covina, Glendale, Hidden Hills, La Cañana, Flint Ridge area, Malibu, San Marino, Santa Clara, West Covina, and Whittier. These are the cities that are using the Los Angeles-style padded leg hold trap. Information from the County Agriculture Commissioner is that since 1977, 15 people have been attacked by coyotes, and one tragic death in 1981 in Glendale. The Commissioner also indicated that Pasadena currently does not trap coyotes. This seemed to be a question. He says that the joggers see them and are frightened of the coyotes. The golfers see them on the golf course. And he predicts that Pasadena will have to come to grips with the problem very soon. We contacted the county health department, who does the necropsies and the communicable disease control for the city of Los Angeles, primarily on the issue of bubonic plague. The doctors for the county indicate that the plague antibodies were found in coyotes in Griffith Park, and that it is thought that one coyote sample may be the equivalent to several hundred ground squirrels in that same area. We brought with us today approximately 14 photographs. These photographs at first here were taken at the Greek Theater, and it photographs 4 coyotes and an individual who happens to be a wildlife officer standing there watching them. Later, that individual sits down in a park area near the Greek Theater, and 8 to 9 coyotes start to move in on him. The photograph shows 4. The same area, it shows coyotes drinking out of the fountain area. And once again, this is a zoonotic disease problem. We're very much aware that the coyote does carry the bubonic plague on the flea of the animal, and that there are zoonotic disease problems. 2 more pictures depict a coyote in the picnicking area near picnic tables. The bottom picture in this photograph caused Mr. Morales to get up and move, because you cannot tell, unless you really know coyotes, but 2 coyotes have decided to start stalking Mr. Morales, and he had to get up and he had to move. He's a fairly large individual. Also, there's a photograph in the Griffith Park Boys Camp area whereby a mule deer has been attacked by coyotes. It's been dragged around the street area. All that is left is a very small part of the carcass, the antlers, and the skull of the head. Two other framed photographs show the devourer of different cats by coyotes. They eat the entrails, they divide them in half, they just devour practically the whole cat except for the head. And we wish to show these to you to show that where some of the 500 some odd domestic dogs and cats, pets in our community, are going each year. I also have very quickly letters from people who are your constituents. Quote, "The coyote in our area are most destructive and dangerous. They killed our family pet. I've extended my fences way beyond normal. Not too long ago, I had the horrible experience of looking out into my backyard and seeing a coyote kill my pet dog. Obviously, that's very traumatic. We recently found the dismembered remains of someone's cat on the lawn across the street from us. Last month, a lady indicated a few months ago a coyote walked by my living room window about 9 o'clock in the morning with a cat in its mouth. A few days later, my gardener found the remains of another cat in my yard." And these continue to come in, and we do have these letters should you be interested in looking at these. I also want to indicate, and I know this was a concern of some of the council members, we do educate. That is number one. We can spend less time and better time educating those people who are having the problem of coyote, the nuisance, the attacking of their pet. We try to educate them the best of our ability. It is only when we are unable to control the problem through education that we go to the two types of traps. And we do find that the most effective trap is the soft catch padded trap. And yes, we do not set that particular trap in the backyards. It's in the hillside areas, which is not readily available to human beings.
We've heard all this before. We're past the new material now, and if you're going to reopen the whole issue, your position is well known. If we're going to reopen the whole thing, then let's hear the other side as well.
Mrs. Galanter, you do not have the floor. The chair recognizes Mr. Elatorre.
I'll just say ditto. Let me just open on this, and then I would ask that the people that are on the other side, that they be given an opportunity, and we have three of them. Ms. Peggy Randall from the Wildlife Protection League, Patricia Beeman from the Alley County Bar, and Ms. Clovis Leachman that would also like to be heard. Mr. President and members, I am not here to say that we do not have a problem.
Are you moving for a public hearing, Mr. Elatorre?
I will move for a public hearing. All right, in 5 minutes. If there's no objection, then.
Is there any objection to a 5-minute public hearing?
All right. Can I just open, Mr.?
Go ahead, Mr. Elatorre.
Very good. I am not here to say that we do not have a coyote problem. We will stipulate that, and I don't think that it takes us the pictures to show that we do have a problem. Question then becomes is how do we solve that problem? I mean, do we solve it by, do we use a negative and a bad way of solving a problem to create an effort to solve it and then create another problem? And that's the problem I have. You know, look at, we have had extensive hearings prior to the time Mr. Browdy took over the Public Safety Committee on this very issue. I was concerned then, and I am even more concerned now as to the safety of not just coyotes. We are talking about animals. Animals, domestic animals, children and the like. That is the problem that I have. Now, I know that it is easier to use a leg hold trap than it is to use a box trap. But I don't think that our job is to make your job easier. You are an animal regulation agency, And you talk about the fact that you are interested in humane treatment of animals, and I will stipulate that. Well, I am interested in the very same thing, and the thousands upon thousands of letters, and I could have brought the letters that I have received and read those letters expressing concern about the use of the leg hold trap, but I did not want to waste everybody's time. But I could have done that. All right, and it is not you showed me two or three, or you read 2 or 3. I have gotten in the last several weeks thousands of letters expressing their concern. But see, that is from a segment of our population that is concerned about the humane treatment of animals. All right, and I know that you're interested in the same thing, but we have a fundamental disagreement as to how we accomplish that. All right, I am advocating the abolishment of the use of the leg hold traps, and on a pilot basis, on a 6-month basis, as a motion that was introduced by Mr. Wax, that we use that and that we see how that works, because none of the people that are interested in the humane treatment of animals do not stipulate that we don't have a coyote problem. So to make it sound like they are more interested in taking care of coyotes than dealing with the problem that we have, I think is insulting and is not the truth.
Mr. Alatorre, your time is
all
up.
right, and let me just close. All right. So I am interested now in having some of the people testify. We have a representative from the LA County Bar that has some new information, and I could have brought in doctors that would refute every single thing that you have said about the safety of these traps, but I was interested in trying to save time. But if you want to introduce your stuff, I have no problem in spending time and introducing other information that refute everything that you say. So at this time,
I've given you an extra minute. Mr. Brody.
Members of the council, there's no question that coyotes are dangerous animals and that they kill 500 or more cats and dogs that are the loving pets of pet owners throughout the city. Every year they kill at least 500. And coyotes are expanding throughout the United States. And the coyotes have killed a child in the Los Angeles area or injured a child in the Los Angeles area. And they are wild, dangerous animals. They are not an endangered species. We have a responsibility to protect the public health. Fences do not eliminate the risk of a coyote leaping over the fence and going into backyards. They do it over and over again. The question is, do we want to allocate more funds, more money? You heard Mr. Comrie speak. Do you want to allocate more money for utilizing these types of cages? That money could better be spent on spade and neutering. It could be better spent rather than to protect coyotes. We have heard testimony that the cage is a less effective tool to catch coyotes. We know that. We also know that more coyotes will be circulating if you don't use traps that are effective. And we also know that the net result is that when you catch a coyote, it is immediately killed, regardless of how it's caught. So that it doesn't make any difference what kind of a trap you use to catch the coyote. And you've seen the evidence that these traps do not harm the coyote. I ask for a no vote on Mr. Alatorre's motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brody. Mr. Hernandez, and then Ms. Galanter, and then Mr. Wax.
Mr. Yastrzemski,
Stand by, yes.
point of information.
Yes.
I had requested a public hearing and that was granted. At what point are we going to?
Is that right? I was not in the chair at the time.
Yeah, but
how much time for the public hearing?
5-minute public hearing.
5 minutes for those in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Well, part of what I wanted to do is, Richard, maybe some of the statements that some of us might make might take into account what the public was going to say, and they don't have to repeat that.
Well, I think the custom is if we're going to have one, we have it early on. Just
It's only,
courtesy to the public.
5-minute public hearing. I had
Okay, I don't have a problem with it.
Why
My
don't we
problem
do-
is the process where we allowed someone to speak against the process just right now.
That
So-
is my fault, and I apologize. I was not aware that there had been a motion for a public hearing, but what we'll do now is we'll have a 5-minute public hearing for
Mr.
those.
Yeah, and
who are
it's,
here. Who do you?
Patricia Beeman, Peggy Randall, and Ms. Clovis Leachman.
All right, those will be the three. If there's more time left, I have a card from from Wendy Hubbard, if there's time. So, go ahead. In the order that Mr. Alatorre listed your names, and identify yourself for the record, please. Thanks.
Good morning, President, or Acting President Yaroslavsky and members of the City Council. My name is Patricia Beeman. I'm a lawyer here in Los Angeles. I am a founding member of the newly formed Los Angeles County Bar Association Committee on Animal Rights. I'm authorized to speak here on behalf of the LA County Bar today, and I'm also asked to speak as a representative for the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, a national organization with more than 45,000 members here in California alone. The Department of Animal Regulation wishes you to believe that this trap poses little or no threat to domestic animals and to non-target wildlife. The Department of Animal Regulation told us last week that only once in 7 years has it caught a non-target animal. Our research shows that the leg hold trap in all forms, whether padded or unpadded, is a non-discriminatory trap. These traps maim and kill any species of wildlife, whether non-target, domestic, or protected animals, and by that I mean animals that are protected under our state and federal laws. Any animal is bait for these traps. This includes badgers, deer. We have research that shows even a cow being caught in one of these. We have research showing humans being caught in these, and I will document it and provide it to you if you would like. Children, too, can be maimed by these barbaric devices. Children can hike in these local mountains. My son grew up in these local mountains and hiked there routinely with our 3 dogs. And these traps are buried 1 to 2 inches under the ground, covered so you will not see them. You are bait for these traps as well. The Vice President of the ASPCA yesterday called me and told me that the U.S. Department of Interior has statistics that show 75% of animals caught in these traps are non-target animals. Dr. Paul Edelman, a wildlife biologist for the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, confirms this. His research shows that numerous non-target animals have been trapped here in our Santa Monica Mountains. He personally observed badgers, bobcats, other animals which he described to me had lost their teeth and suffered lacerations to their mouth and tongue while trying to chew their way out of the trap to alleviate their suffering. Dick Randall, who was a trapper with the United States Department of Fish and Game for 10 years, he was a trapper for 10 years, told me on the telephone that 2 out of every 3 catches with this precise trap was a non-target animal. Stephen McNall, the director of the Pasadena Humane Society, which is under contract with the city of Pasadena to provide animal control services to that city, told me that in the last 20 years, only 1 time was a leg hold trap used to target a coyote, and guess what? It caught a domestic dog. The Department of Animal Regulation statement that a sampling of 24 coyotes caught in the leg hold trap showed no signs of bruising or damage can also not be substantiated by our research. In fact, Dr. Robert Crabtree, who holds a PhD in biology and spent the last 8 years doing research on the coyote, which involves the trapping of 700 coyotes to date in the padded leg hold trap, showed me that in more than 25% of his catches, the damage was so severe that the animals required veterinarian care before they could be hooked up or fitted with an electronic monitor and re-released to the wild. We saw the demonstration by the Department of Animal Regulation with the padded leg hold trap here a couple of weeks ago. That demonstration was misleading for the following reasons. First of all, a leg hold trap is designed so that it is strong enough to hold its target species for up to 3 days. for a 175-pound to 200-pound man to place his hands, fingers, or fist in a trap that is designed to hold a 17 to 22-pound animal is meaningless. A more realistic and relative comparison would be for a 175-pound to 200-pound man to place himself inside a grizzly bear trap. I personally placed my fingers in the Woodstream soft catch trap size 3, the precise trap which is used to capture coyotes. And I can assure you that even though this is in fact a misleading comparison, the fingers of my hands turned blue, and after about a minute there was more pressure than I could withstand. When an animal, unlike a human being, is caught in that leg-hold trap, it does not lie still. It reacts by throwing itself violently into the air, away from the trap as far as possible. It next responds by biting at the trap and its paws so violently that it loses its teeth and suffers cuts and lacerations to its mouth and tongue. Demonstrations with these traps are also misleading because the springs in the leg-hold traps weaken with repeated uses. A trap used for 2 or 3 seasons will weaken so much that it will no longer hold a struggling animal. These worn-out traps are often used by trappers for demonstrations to pretend to demonstrate that they do not injure the animals. Further, these traps are easily altered for demonstration purposes. Any long spring trap can be weakened quickly by heating the springs or hitting the ends of the spring with a hammer. I did so last week. I hit the springs on one of the traps.
You're taking all of the time. There won't be time for the others
I'll summarize
to speak.
right now. But the point I'm making is we simply hit it with a hammer 8 times and we reduce the spring by 30%. We have humane alternatives, and we have other jurisdictions who have long ago banned the use of this trap, and it is now time for the City of Los Angeles to join these progressive and humane cities and nations and ban the use of this barbaric and inhumane device. Thank you.
The time has expired. What is the council's wish?
Mr. President, I would request that there are 2 other people that wanted to speak, Ms. Leachman, and I believe there was one other, Ms. Peggy Randall.
How much time do you want?
I will relinquish my
Just
time
a moment,
so that
please.
we won't take
Mr.
too much
Alatorre, do you wish to make a motion for additional time?
They're going to relinquish it. Ms. Leachman, I believe, is going to.
Well, the time has expired.
5 more minutes.
I will
Just a moment. Open the roll on an additional 5 minutes. Close the roll.
12 eyes.
Proceed.
I'll just make a short Thank you. I live in Mandeville Canyon, and one of my directors recently said, "Where do you live, Mandeville Canyon?" He said, "There's nothing there but flies and rats." And I said, ha, ha, ha. And then I thought about that. The other day I came up the driveway and there was a huge rat walking across. We are infested with rats, and I would be interested to know what you do about that. I have lived with coyotes all these years. I have lost cats to coyotes, my most precious animals. I love them dearly. At the same time, I support the idea that we need coyotes because it is part of the ecosystem, and I certainly think we have to be wise, and if we were Solomon, loving, wise judgment when we take care of our planet. I don't like to hear you say, Councilman Browdy, that it doesn't matter how we kill them, we're going to shoot them anyway. That really hurts my soul. I wouldn't want my grandchildren or my children to hear you say that. I'm surprised, and I would wonder if you are still a no vote, or if anything that was said here about it altered your knowledge or enlarged your idea about the subject. I also think too many times we have a solution before we've stated the real problem, and I think a lot of it is fear, which comes from ignorance. The more we know about something, including a coyote, the more we will learn how to include it in the human family and the animal family on our planet.
Members of the Council, I am Peggy Randall, Vice President of the Wildlife Protection League and a resident of Los Angeles. Recently, some of the Council members requested information on other cities that have banned the leg hold trap. I have faxed each of you information on the City and County of San Francisco and the City of Sacramento. You have also received copies of 2 letters from Stephen McNall of the Pasadena Humane Society, the latest of which disputes claims made by the Department of Animal Regulations on April 7. All 4 of these areas have banned the use of steel leg hole traps in all its forms and modifications. San Francisco banned all traps in 1977, Pasadena in 1981, and Sacramento January 15, 1991. Officials from each of these areas confirm that they use only humane cage traps, and those only for rescue efforts. Each area has large coyote populations as well as other wildlife, and none has any type of abatement program. Rather, they have spent their money wisely on public education, and all attest to the fact that they have no problems with coyotes or any other wildlife as a result of the ban. Each of the areas generally defines steel leg hole traps as any spring-powered device or trap which captures or holds an animal by exerting a lateral force with fixed-mounted jaws on the leg, toe, paw, or any other part of the animal's body. This includes the offset padded trap being used in Los Angeles. Sacramento's ordinance states as its purpose to protect the public health and safety by prohibiting the use of leg hole traps which pose great potential for injury to domestic pets and children. The Sacramento City Council found that 1, in an urbanized area, leg hole traps present a risk of injury or death to domestic pets and persons, especially small children. 2, leg hole traps are inhumane, and studies show that up to 59.8% of animals caught in leg hole traps sustain visible injuries caused by the trap. And 3,
Who are we talking to? Councilman Browdy isn't even listening. Who are we talking to? You're listening, but the no vote is not listening. I don't think that's right.
leg hole traps do not discriminate between the target animal and non-target animals, and that by design of the trap, a trapper can never be sure of finding the desired animal caught in the steel jaws of the trap. You are aware of specific injuries to domestic pets locally. Teresa Latham's cat Fluffy in Woodland Hills, and the Meechin dogs Jeremiah in Santa Clarita, both caught in leg hole traps, resulting in severe injuries, and in the case of Fluffy, amputation of the paw. The California Attorney General has ruled that a local government may by ordinance ban the use of leg hole traps within its jurisdiction where such action is
Would you
necessary
please
to protect the public
summarize?
health.
The time has expired.
That's it. I'm just reading this last part of the California Attorney General. Where such action is necessary to protect the public health and safety, and where the ordinance only incidentally affects the field of hunting preempted by the Fish and Game Code. Therefore, there is no legal deterrent to a ban of traps in Los Angeles. How long are you going to continue use of these traps? Until a child dies
Thank you.
from an injury?
All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez.
You know, members of the council, it's rare that an issue emerges the way this one has, something that was sitting in committee for a while, and then all of a sudden it appears. And I want to commend the people of the city of Los Angeles who have really fought to eliminate the jaw trap. And the reason I want to commend them is because it's taught me a lot more about people, and taught me a lot more about our department that deals with animals. I talked about a credibility gap when this department tried to tell us that this trap only catches coyotes, that the trap has some form of radar and that's all that appears there and that's all they catch. I also have a problem when we're talking about a child or someone who was mauled by coyotes in 1981, when the realities are we have all these homicides going on the city, we have homeless people dying in this city, people are dying because of people. Why it is that this department has chosen to use a simple trap where someone has to go check on it all the time because of the potential dangers, and why it is that they haven't represented the facts as they really are. Because I believe the facts as they really are is we lack an education program. We lack a program that is telling people our realities. And if we had a coyote problem, because of the pictures they're showing us now, because of the facts that they're bringing out now, why didn't they approach us differently about this problem? The Department of Animal Regulations has to work more with people. We have to get more statistics. We have to understand what we're doing and how we're doing it, because we set precedents. I don't want to hear the LAPD or any other law enforcement department talk about using traps to catch criminals. And that's what this decision is about. Using cages that we can educate kids about what they're about, educate communities about what they're about when those communities express fears because of coyotes. But more important, using a system that allows for some discretion. And I support the aleatory motion. Thank you.
Ms. Galanter.
I didn't realize we were going to have to go through this all again. I thought we had simply put the vote over. And I do think, Mr. Hernandez, that while I agree with nearly everything you say, that I'm not sure we should load this one on the department. I think the department did what any prudent department would do. They talked to some of the council members, and I think the suggestion that they bring in additional information was probably not generated within the department. They're simply doing what they were asked to do. But it is good for us to have the information. None of us should take this decision lightly. This is something that, whichever way we vote, is going to have consequences. Business in the city involves dealing with the fact that there are coyotes. We have some people who know how to cope with coyotes. We have a lot of people who don't. But I will repeat, at the risk of doing what everyone else did, I will repeat some of these things as well. We run the risk of the same animals that Councilman Browdy spoke about saving from the coyotes being caught in the traps, because it's very hard to educate a cat that it shouldn't go near this thing because it's been set to capture the coyote that's been bothering it. And so cats wander into these traps, dogs wander into these traps. And the concern here is, can't we do this, as other people have done it, in a way that accomplishes the objective of removing the coyote population from where the people are living and where the coyotes pose a danger to urban life, and at the same time do that in a way that involves a minimum torture of the animal and a minimum risk to any other animals that might inadvertently get caught there. And it seems to me if all these other jurisdictions can do it, we ought to be smart enough to do it too. And if we all work on that, if the council members are willing to devote some of our own resources to assisting the department in educating people, maybe we'll have better success. So I hope we're not going to debate this over and over again. Well, I thought we weren't going to. But I didn't start it. You'll notice I was actually hoping to just move the previous question, which I'm not allowed to do now.
Mr. Wax.
Ms. Glander, we can continue this till today to try to get the 8 votes that we will need to pass this ban. And I think that as we see here, it's a closely divided council. I want to just make a couple of points to those that we've made in the past. I think that the most pertinent was made by Ms. Leachman, Mr. Browdy. We spend a lot of money, and rightfully so, in trying to make things better for people who may not have any hope, but we care about the dignity in which they die. The idea that if an animal is going to be disposed of, it should suffer before that is you know, I thought she pointed out that it was something that Mr. Bernardi had alluded to last week, and you did now, that it doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference. It makes a big difference. It's something that we've been dealing with and talking with in animals that are used for research. It's something that we talk about with humans. It's what we would want for ourselves in terms of how we're treated, and it's just really about, it's what humane means. We had the testimony last week that in the 23 years, I think by Mr. Olson, in the 23 years that he's been here with the city, not one child has been attacked by a coyote in the city of Los Angeles. I reiterate that simply not because it couldn't happen, but because I don't want to inflame and make people think constantly that children are being swooped up and taken away by these coyotes and therefore anything goes. It's not happening, and anything doesn't go. But most important of all, Mr. President, we have heard many sides, and I think the reality is none of us really know for sure. We've heard testimony from our staff, we've heard people from the audience, we've heard from ourselves, and I think the only way you're going to know is if you try it, and then we'll find out. And so I have, with Mr. Alatorre together here, put in a substitute motion, 19C, which would immediately call for a 6-month ban on all leg hold traps of any nature, with a reliance solely on the walk-in cage, and then a report back to us by the staff as to how that's working. Let's at least, when you're talking about the humane treatment of animals, try it first and see before we quickly jump to the conclusion that you must do it one way or you must do it in another. And I think this will give us a fair opportunity to evaluate the program and make a judgment for future action based on actual fact rather than hypothecation. So I am moving, Mr. President, as a substitute, seconded by Mr. Alatorre, 19C, which would immediately impose a minimum 6-month ban on all leg hold traps, padded or unpadded, with a reliance on the walk-in cage, and then a request from the Animal Regulation Department to report back to us on the effectiveness of this program in urban areas such as Los Angeles. So that will be my motion, Mr. President. Hopefully we'll know what we're talking about a lot better at that time.
Mr. Burnson.
Mr. President, members of the council, I am deeply touched by the appeal we've heard today and in the past to prevent animals from suffering. I think we all share that. However, a lot of us have areas that are deeply, strongly impacted by the coyote population. Mine is such a district, and I get numerous calls on a regular basis from constituents who have lost pets in their backyard. As far as the animals wandering into these traps, I guess, pets do. Cats, I can understand. Dogs are supposed to be kept confined and not allowed to run loose. So anybody who has their pet dog fall into one of these traps, you're probably to blame. But that's beside the point. I think that I think all of us would like to support something that would solve the problem and alleviate the use of a device that may be painful to animals, and I'm sympathetic to that. And Joel, I'm actually touched by your motion and yours and Richard's, and perhaps, yeah, I'm touched, right. Perhaps a 6-month period would be in order to evaluate it. I will tell you this, if I support the motion, and I'm tempted to support the substitute motion, that unless I am shown that a alternate system is going to work and solve the problem, I will not continue to support it. And that I assure you, because in all due respect to the coyotes, I also have a deep respect for our pets and our constituents. And if I do go along with this, let me ask the department a question. You use both the cage traps and the steel padded traps, is that correct?
Yes.
I know your success rate, because I've heard the testimony before, has been considerably less with the cages, is that correct?
Correct.
What about the number of devices used? Has there been a comparative number of devices used?
Not a comparative number.
Has it been an equal number?
More cage traps have been used.
More cage traps than the other, and the ratio has been less, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any other alternatives we have besides that if we don't use the padded traps? What other alternatives do we have to deal with the coyote population?
I don't believe we have any.
You don't believe there's any?
At this time, we're always searching, but at this time, I don't have another alternative, no.
Well, it makes it very difficult for me, to be very honest with you. Well, I'm still going to consider, I haven't made my mind up yet. I might go for Joel's motion, but I really would need some alternatives, because if we don't have any alternatives to deal with the problem, then I'm going to have to vote against the ban. So I want to find a way, but I think the problem is sufficient, certainly in my district, that we need a means of effectively dealing with it.
Mr. Wu.
I call the previous question.
Open the roll on the previous question. Close the roll.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Previous question is allowed. What is the first motion to vote on, Madam Clerk?
Councilman Wax has submitted 19C as a substitute. Therefore, you have the question of whether to substitute 19C for the committee report.
Open the roll on 19C. Close the roll.
9 ayes, 5 noes.
Now that was approved.
Now you've substituted. Now you have the motion before you for adoption.
Open the roll on the substitution. Close the roll.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
That was approved.
Mr. President,
Mrs.
is that
Flores.
subject over now?
Yes.
I wonder
Yes,
if I
it
could
is.
ask if we could take items 21 and 63 together and take them up at this time. This has to do with Metro Rail and safety problems and cost overruns.
Is there any,
I'm going to
Mr.
object
Bernardi?
again. We have people here come all the way from the
Well,
west
let's
end.
take yours first and then mine.
Ernie, take Ernie's.
Okay, I amend that motion to take his item first and then item 21.
Which item is yours, Mr. Bernardi?
Item number 7 and item number 10.
7 and 10, and that's fine with me.
All right, 7 and 10, and then Mrs. Flores' motion. Is there any objection to taking that order? If not, we'll proceed with Mr. Bernardi. What is your first item?
Item 7 is an Environmental Quality and Waste Management Committee report relative to Lopez Canyon Community Amenities Trust Fund.
Mr. Bernardi?
Hear from the chairman of the committee. I think, did Ruth leave
Ms.
here?
Galanter?
What this is the trust fund money that's been established as a result of continuing the operation of Lopez Canyon. I had introduced a motion of that $2 million that's presently in the account, that $700,000 of that go to the Lakeview Terrace Recreation Center. That has been approved by the council because we needed additional information. I asked if the other $700,000 for Pacoima be set aside. We're pretty close to selecting a site in Pacoima, so we're establishing a trust fund here. It's been approved as to form and legality by the city attorney, so the $700,000 would be incorporated or be deposited in this Jeopardy Balancing the Odds Youth Program Trust Fund, and would be subject, of course, to my involvement in it, and that's what we have here before you. And I hope some of you, or most of you, read the story about this type of program in Santa Monica and the success they're having. And this will be kind of a pilot program that hopefully will be extended citywide. This is to intercept youngsters who are potentially, and particularly in an area where the climate is so conducive for these youngsters to go the wrong way. This is intended to intercept these youngsters and sort of keep them out of that situation. So I'm asking for an aye vote on the committee's recommendation that this trust fund be created.
Mr. Bernson?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, I certainly have no problem with what the money is going to be used for. I think it's a good use. There are some questions in my mind, however, about whether it's appropriate to use a trust fund that's been set up for landfill mitigation for that purpose, and I think maybe the city attorney might want to address that. But I have been asked by a member of the community there to have an opportunity to be heard. So I would move for a 5-minute public hearing so that we can hear from Mr. Snow, who's made the request.
All right. Is there any objection to a 5-minute public hearing? All right. Phyllis Hines. Then Rob Zappel.
Phyllis Hines of Lakeview Terrace Improvement Association. I live at 11511 Orcas Avenue in Lakeview Terrace. I too think this is a wonderful program, but I think it's a little premature for Mr. Bernardi, Councilman Bernardi, to make the motion at this time, seeing we do not know the location or the full programs plans. We'd like to know more about them, and we thought by the Plum Committee we were given a approval to have a advisory committee delegated by different elected officials, and we'd like to have some input through this committee, which has not been formed yet, but we do believe this is premature because we do not know the vicinity, which is clearly spelled out in the motion for the funds. It has to be within the vicinity of the landfill, and we do believe that has to be defined, and it has not been defined at this time. We ask for continuation.
Mr. Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Browdy. Members of the council, I too am not going to debate the merits of a gang intervention program. However, I believe there's no controversy about why this fund was created. It was created to mitigate the impact on the quality of the life of residents who are directly impacted by Lopez Canyon landfill. Those are the people who live in Cagle Canyon, the northwest part of Lakeview Terrace, and in the Paxton corridor of Pacoima. Why are we appropriating money from a fund created to mitigate landfill impact for a gang program that will not serve the residents of the impacted area? What's not in the motion is the various sites that are being looked at. We've been told at one time there were Lakeview Terrace sites. That has turned out to be a straw dog. There are 2 sites that are now being looked at, from what I understand. The one that is more likely to be is going to be near the San Fernando Gardens housing project. So this program is basically to serve the wannabes or the project boys to interdict with them. But these kids are in no way in the impact area or impacted by the landfill. The ordinance states the funds are to be spent in the vicinity of Lopez Canyon landfill. There is a legally binding document in the conditional use permit that allowed the expansion of the landfill, and that's Exhibit E4. It's a vicinity map, and it delineates where these funds can be spent. The motion says in Pacoima. That's a 30 square mile area, Mr. Browdy and council members. Even SCUDs are more accurate. To misappropriate these funds, which are meant to mitigate the noxious impact of the landfill for a wannabe program for an area that's outside the impacted community, is a violation of the public trust. I am sure that we are going to end up in court with the city on this, and I can only hope that you will vote your conscience, not political expediency, but vote your conscience and vote no on this matter.
Mr. Don Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Browdy, council members. My name is Don Schultz. I am representing the San Fernando Valley Federation, which organization I am vice president. Our organization represents 19 homeowner groups in the San Fernando Valley. We have taken the position of supporting Lakeview Terrace and Mr. Snow in this action today, and we ask that you not use this appropriation of funds. We feel it isn't appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Rob Zappel.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Zappel. I represent the community of Cagle Canyon, which is directly adjacent to the Lopez Canyon landfill. We oppose the wording of item number 3 of the Bernardi Galanter motion. We find it insulting and somewhat redundant for the City Council to express intent to appropriate $50,000 for the Cagle Canyon project, but only after matching funds from the county are received. Expressing intent is a meaningless and patronizing phrase that accomplishes nothing for anyone. The sum of $50,000 is in contradiction with the repeated requests of all communities within the vicinity for a minimum of $250,000 for the reconditioning and updating of the Dexter Park in Cagle Canyon. The wording of the Cagle Canyon project referred to in the motion is meaningless. What city council member here would vote for such an unspecified project? The project referred to is actually a written proposal for the enlargement and enhancement of the Dexter Park. This proposal is a result of months of negotiation and work by the residents of Cagle Canyon and the LA County Department of Parks and Recreation, and thus should be appropriately identified. The matching funds condition placed on the residents of Cagle Canyon is discriminatory. Are our children any less valuable than those who live in the city? Is our environment any less precious? The answer is simply no. Yet the damage done by the Lopez landfill knows no city-county boundary and affects all those who live closest, and that is the residents of the Cagle Canyon. Passing $700,000 onto the control of Mr. Bernardi is creating a slush fund with no controls, no plans on how to spend the money, no facility, no agreement on the program. How many consultants will it take? How many surveys? How many studies will it take till that $700,000 is gone? There are no controls. What we have now is a bank account of $700,000 under Mr. Bernardi's control and no other program. Please delay the passage of this motion until sound fiscal controls with a comprehensive plan for this money is developed and agreed upon by the affected communities. Thank you very much.
That closes the public hearing. The chair recognizes Mr. Mark Ridley Thomas.
Mr. President, I move the previous question on the entire matter.
Well, we haven't heard from the committee chairman on this
He
matter.
had spoken to it already.
She's left the room temporarily.
Ruth, do you wish to speak on this? No, she doesn't. Let's
All
move,
right.
Mr. President.
All right. Open the roll on the previous question. Close the roll.
12 eyes.
All right. Open the roll on this item. Close the roll.
11 eyes, 2 noes.
Mr. President, now you have the ordinance the city attorney has drafted for council's adoption on the item.
Open the roll on the ordinance. Close the roll.
12 eyes, 1 no.
That item is held over until next week. Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Mr. President, I want to ask if we could take 26. We deferred to Mr. Bernardi because he had persons here, and I'm simply suggesting this in light of the fact that there is a police
Mrs.
commission
Flores, do you
May I
object
finish
to
my
that?
statement?
We said we'd first have Mr. Bernardi 7 and 10, and then we'd do 21, and then why don't you get in line, Mark?
If that's the order of business, I'm prepared to do that. I wasn't aware that we were doing anything other than deferring to Mr. Bernardi at the time.
That's how that came up.
All right. So
Ms.
what's the order?
Can I, Ms. Flores and Mr. Ridley
Well,
Thomas?
we have
hold it.
that prior motion said 7 and 10, and then 21 and 60 something.
May I appeal to the chair to take 26 after that so that this matter can be...
Is there any objection to taking number 26 after that?
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Flores,
Wax?
may I ask, I'm going to continue number 18 without discussion for 30 days so the people can go. If we could just do that, if there's no objection, I'd like to continue number 18 for 30 days so that the file comes to my office.
Is there
if it
any
not-
objection in continuing number 18 for 30 days? Hearing none, a unanimous vote. Mrs. Pikus.
Mr. President, there are some ordinances that require 12 votes. I don't know how long we're going to have a lot of people present, but it would seem to make sense to go through the ordinances that require the 12 votes. I have a very important one, an ICO in Warner Center, and I don't believe it's controversial, and it's been approved by everybody. So I'd certainly like to see us take the action.
Is there any
on that.
objection to taking the 12 vote items?
No.
Mr. President.
Mr. Bernardi?
The concurrence of the chairman of the committee, I'm going to ask that item number 10 be continued for 2 weeks.
All right, item 10 will be continued for 2 weeks without objection.
Mr. President, number 32, which is Mr. Wax's motion, and I've discussed it with him, erroneously appears as a Rule 16. He wants it to go to Budget and Finance Committee.
All right, if there's no
Number
objection
32.
to that, that item will go to to the
32.
Finance Committee, number 32. All right, is there any objection to Mr. Ridley's motion that after we finish with 21 and 26 that we go to item 26? I hear none, and that will be the order. All right, what is the next item, Madam Clerk?
Did council want to proceed with the 12 vote items, Mr. President?
Yeah, I think we
Yes. We'll go with the 12 vote items.
Item 40 is a Planning and Land Use Management Committee report ordinance, and council should also adopt the findings of the Director of Planning dated April 14th.
Is there any discussion? If not, open the roll, close the roll.
14 eyes.
That was approved. Next item. Forthwith, without objection. Next item.
Item 5 is an ordinance first reading.
It's the substitute one, Madam Clerk. which is non-controversial.
The city attorney has introduced a substitute ordinance instead of that appears on your agenda. It gives the option of the in-kind services in lieu of the fees.
Everyone agrees with it.
There's no discussion on this? Open the roll. Close the roll.
Wait. I want to.
Mr. Yaroslavsky.
I'd just like to know what it is. Can you just take 30 seconds?
Yeah, for the people whose permits had been marked in the past, and then we passed the ordinance going to be collected now, it gives those people the option to do it in kind rather than in cash. And everyone, it's easier for the developers, the staff wants it, and it'll just be easy for those people in the past who were during the interim period.
What is the interim period and what is the past?
We passed an interim ordinance, and anyone building permits from then on would be stamped, that when we passed the ordinance it would be applied back. It is, but now those people, rather than coming up in cash, some would like to provide services, and that's satisfactory. It's in accordance with the master plan, and they're happy.
Well, like what kind of services?
Ms. Goldstein, it's not controversial.
There are developers who might want to provide space for arts organizations, which is not within the developments that they have built. There are developers that might be able to provide, say, printing services to publicize arts events, who might be able to provide storage space.
How
for
many
construction.
developments are we talking about are in this interim period that are affected by this?
666.
With a value of how much?
$19 million.
So we are exempting $19 million.
No, we're not exempting them.
Let me finish my question.
Yeah.
From cash payments and allowing them the option to do it in kind? $19 million worth of in kind? My question is, how many people are affected by this change?
$666.
$19 million worth of...
No, Zev, they have the option first of putting it on their own property anyway. They don't necessarily put the money in.
But that was artwork.
It's running about 2/3 of the developers are putting the money on site.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Approximately 2/3 of the developers have chosen to put the money on their site.
Right. And what about the
If
other
we're
third?
going to discuss this, perhaps we better hold this on the desk.
Well, don't interrupt me now. I'm almost done. What are the other third going to do?
Put the money into the trust fund.
So how many people are going to neither put trust money into the trust fund or put artwork on their site? How many are going to do this printing services and other things?
We don't know because the bills haven't gone out yet.
It would be a small
So
percent.
how do you know the 2/3 are going to pay in cash if the bills haven't gone out yet?
Based on the ones that we've collected since last May.
All right, you better hold it. I'm not getting the more I ask, the worse it gets. I call it special.
All right. Let's proceed with the other ordinances.
Item 6 is an ordinance first reading.
Any discussion? If not, open the roll. Close the roll.
14 eyes.
That was approved. Next item.
Items 8 and 9 are committee reports and ordinances, mitigated negative declarations on both.
Any discussion?
Mr. Browdy,
Mr.
on item
Oh,
6, could I have that sent forthwith?
Without objection, forthwith on item 6. Open the roll on these items.
8 and 9.
Close the roll.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Next item.
The last 12-vote item is item 53. It's a building line ordinance in connection with the track map approvals at the end of your supplemental agenda. 53.
Any discussion? If not, open the roll. Close the roll.
14 eyes.
That ordinance was approved.
That's the last of the 12-vote items, Mr. President.
All right, next item.
Item 21 and 63, Councilwoman Flores asked that those be taken up relative to the Metro
Okay.
Red Line.
Mrs. Flores. Chair recognizes Mrs. Flores. Is Mrs. Flores in the room?
Mr. President, item 21 and item 63 are the same, and so I'd like to, I guess, take them both up or whatever. Mr. Neil Peterson is here from the LACTC, and this is an effort to find out about cost overruns to protect both our Prop A funds and certainly to see if we can't keep some kind of control over the costs of the different MOSs that are going on in Los Angeles. So I probably will have some questions at the completion of your remarks, but I would think we should hear from Mr. Peterson at this time.
Very well. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman, it's a pleasure to be here again, and usually when I'm asked to come over to speak on cost overruns on the red line, MOS 1, the first segment or the second segment, I'm always announcing an additional cost overrun. Today, I'm pleased to say that I'm not doing that. If you recall, about 2 years ago, we did have a discussion about projected cost overruns on the first segment. That's the 4.4 mile segment that runs from Union Station to Wilshire and Alvarado. And we did change the budget on that from $1.25 billion at that point in time to $1.44 billion. And that's the budget that's been in place for the last 2 years. That also coincided, Councilman Flores, with our taking over the management of that project. I'm pleased to say, as of today, we at this point in time, and we're 94% complete on the construction of that segment, we project that we will come in at that budget. In other words, we don't see an additional cost increase, and I know that's a major concern for the city because you're not only a funding partner on the project itself, but you're sharing on all cost overruns on a 50-50 basis with us. So there's a real incentive to keep costs down on this project. With respect to the second segment of the red line, that's the 6.7 mile segment that goes from Wilshire and Alvarado, and two legs. One leg goes out Wilshire to Western, and the other leg goes north up Vermont, and then west on Hollywood to Hollywood and Vine. That segment is also well underway. 93% of the design work has been done and completed. 7% of the construction work has been completed. Several of the major contracts have been let. And for those of you that have been out on Wilshire, you can't miss the activity. If you've been to MacArthur Park, the lake's been drained, the cut and cover work has gone on, the tunnel.
Excuse me, I think we should be discussing not about what you've done, but we want to know what the cost overruns were and why they were and what we're doing to prevent them in the future. I think we know where you are, but we want to know why is it costing so much and why so much more than was originally set aside, and how can we stop that spiral from happening?
Okay. Well, let me just say, both on segment 1 and segment 2, we have no additional costs projected today from what you've been aware of for the last 2 years. In other words, I think the cost overruns that you're referring to were identified 2 years ago, were fully discussed in front of this body in addition to the Commission and the federal government. And that revised budget that was set in place 2 years ago is the budget we're operating under. Do you want me to go into what the reasons for that overrun was 2 years ago?
This was 1991. We modified the estimates on MOS 1, and that's when they jumped, right, to $1.45 billion?
No, I believe it was 1990. It was June of 1990 when that budget was revised.
Okay, we'll go to MOS.
MOS 2? Okay, on MOS 2, that budget was revised when the full funding grant agreement was signed between the federal government, yourselves, and ourselves to $1.45 billion, and that is still our current estimate. Now, to manage the project within those funds without cost overruns, I can tell you, is not an easy matter. Every day something happens that we hadn't anticipated that we have to make an account for. I'll give you an example. We're running into more hazardous materials on the construction site than we had anticipated. I'll give you another example. We had anticipated that we would be able to put the vents, the exhaust vents, in the middle of the streets that we're building the subway under. The fire department and the Department of Transportation of the city have indicated that that's not acceptable. Now we're having to relocate those on either private property or adjacent sidewalks at an increased cost of approximately $14 million. Those kinds of things happen every day. By the same token, we have places where we're looking for savings every day. Some of the property we're acquiring, for example, the price of acquiring the property today is less than what was anticipated 3 years ago because of what's happened to the real estate market. We've also, we're pursuing actively recovering some revenues on this project. We've been approached by the private sector to duplicate in part what happened during the Olympics. That perhaps there are major private companies that would be interested in sponsoring, if you will, certain stations and providing revenues to us as a result. We're going after the hazardous waste cleanup cost figures to determine if there's a party that was at fault that we can go after to try to recover some of the costs that are associated with that. I'll give you another example of where we're trying to get some additional revenues coming back into the project, and that's in the area of safety. You saw the article in the paper today about the safety situation on the Red Line with respect to worker safety. To the extent that we can get our worker safety numbers down and do a better job of safety on the job site, we will recover significant amounts of money in terms of the amount of money we're paying for insurance, workman's compensation insurance through the life of the project. So while I'm telling you today that we are still in line with the budget estimates, I have no new announcement that there is a cost overrun on segment 2 and on segment 1. I'm also telling you that it's a trick and a half to keep everything in line, and we're constantly doing that on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so what you're telling us is that you don't anticipate there will be any cost overruns above the 1.4 million?
Yeah, my best estimate.
On MOS1?
Our best estimate. No, on MOS1, I can give you a 94% assurance that that will not happen because we're 94% done with the project, and we're going to come in on budget or maybe even slightly under. On MOS2, obviously my assurance has to be couched with more qualifications because we're only 7% done on the construction of that. But I'm hopeful that we can bring that in on budget as you see today.
On budget as we see today, which was the original amount or the original estimate?
It's the original estimate that was agreed to in the full funding grant agreement. It's not the original estimate if you go back 7-10 years and look at previous planning documents.
And what about anticipated changes in MOS2?
Such as stations, you mean?
Yeah, whatever might come about. Are you anticipating any changes that may lead to greater costs?
Well, I think the one area that we're looking at that could add some additional costs, but I think the feeling is that will also bring back some additional revenue is the issue of joint development at the station sites. Several people have suggested that we need to do better planning and working with the CRA where it's appropriate in the CRA designated areas to do what we can to realize the most potential, not only in terms of revenues, but in terms of just the urban landscape that are possible around those particular station sites. The best example of this is the work that we've been doing with Children's Hospital and the other hospitals on Vermont to develop a scheme for the station entrance there that is consistent with the desire of the hospitals in that area, which also will bring a significant joint development opportunity.
Mrs. Flores,
okay,
would you push your
my
button?
My time is up, and
again?
I have a couple questions. And
Mr. Hernandez.
You know, Mr. President, members of council, I think it's extremely important that we have some oversight whenever there's any city monies that are going to be used. Right now, as we continue to talk about Prop A monies, there's less and less of it. And the potential of having LACTC need that money and basically be in a position where they can demand that money is of great concern to mine. I have a problem with the way the agency has operated in terms of some of their sites. I understand why they have overruns based on their operations. But what's bothersome to me is the misrepresentations I've had in dealing with directly with the executive director. And it's because we were talking about negotiations in regards to a maintenance yard in my district, but there was a misrepresentation from the very beginning as to how the land was purchased. Then they had to mitigate it, and then there was a misrepresentation as to the scope of that yard, how it was going to be used. And they might have to litigate it again. Their approach is one that basically says, we're going to do it anyway. In that process, they're finding that there is resistance. They're finding that what their estimates are there's greater estimates. They have to mitigate more. And I have real concern as to how they're operating in the county. From my perspective, I think that we need to keep real close track of how they're spending their money. I think that they've basically been able to create an organization that oversees now the RTD in a lot of this. When we talk about joint development, RTD was talking about that prior to LACTC. And right now, I just need to make sure I'm looking at figures all the time because it's something I have to be questioning when we need Prop A monies to do some of the other things to mitigate the traffic problems in the city.
Mrs. Flores.
Will you tell us a little bit about CAPRA? This is a fund that is required by UMTA for you and I suppose the city, since we're in this together, to set up. Can you tell us what CAPRA is?
It's a requirement in our full funding grant agreement that we essentially set aside some monies in advance that so they know that we have the funds in an account to be able to pay for part of the construction as we're going ahead.
And do all MOSs have that fund?
I believe they do.
And where does that money come from?
It comes from us, from ourselves and you.
So we give you money to put in this CAPRA account that will be there in case there are cost overruns.
Well, I believe, maybe I can be corrected on this, but I believe the CAPRA account is an account that's required irrespective of whether there's any cost overruns. In other words, it's basically the federal government's assurance that we have cash in hand in an account that is needed on an ongoing basis as we're continuing the construction. I could get you a more detailed report on that.
I'd like to know what that is and how it's set up. So how much percentage or what percentage do you have to have in there? But what happens if the cap is reached on any of these three segments and the cost is still going to be escalating? Who's responsible? Who ends up being responsible for that if our cap is reached?
We are. In other words, the agreement we have with the city is the city initially contributed a certain amount to each project, and then if there's an overrun, the city is committed to pay 50% of the overrun, and we pay 50% up to a cap.
Our cap.
And the city has a cap on MOS 1, for example, of $125 million, which is 10% of the total project budget.
Okay, so what you're telling us, there have been no cost overruns on MOS 1 since 1990, or since you reported here in 1990?
Since the revised budget in 1990, there have been none.
Okay.
That's correct.
On MOS 2 and MOS 3, you do not anticipate any cost overruns. Is that correct?
On MOS 2, our best estimate this time is no, there will not be.
And then MOS 3?
Well, I'd have to come back to you on MOS 3, and because remember now, MOS 3 now, as a result of the federal action, not only includes the segment going to North Hollywood, but also goes out to the Pico and San
I
Vicente.
think we need to know that, and I think it should come to Mr. Holden's committee so that we can keep Mr. Holden our, we can be always informed and up to date about where you are. In fact, I'm sure you issue reports on a regular basis to your board, and I think that it would be very important for us, since we're a partner in this, to also get copies of that. They could go to Mr. Holden's committee for noting and then be on file with the city. So and I'm sure if there are cost overruns, you say what they are and how much they are. So if you could keep, so what we'd like you to do is keep us informed as you do your board on the status of the funding of all three of these MOSs.
We feel we're in partnership with you. We have exactly the same incentive that you have.
Okay, good. So that would be my motion, Mr. President.
Is there any further discussion?
I think you want to hear from the Department of Transportation. That's part of item number 63, I believe. You can stay there, Mr.
Come forward, please.
Thanks.
Department of Transportation and the City Administrative Officer have submitted a report to your council as requested by motion, and that's with respect to item number 63 on your agenda. We've basically gone over some of the same background that Neil Peterson has described to you with regard to the financial commitments. Basically, that the city has two overrun commitments, one for MOS 1 under the FCA that was approved by the City Council. The city is obligated to a maximum of $125 million overrun payments if the overrun goes that high. At the present time, in accordance with the current budget, the overrun is estimated to be $200 million, of which the city would be obligated to $100 million. And from what we can see, that the overrun is holding at that point. With regard to MOS 2, the financial contributions agreement there requires the city to be committed to a maximum of $90.5 million in sharing the overrun with the LACTC. It's capped at the $90.5 million basis. The department reviews the project on a monthly basis. There is a report from the RCC and from Hill International, which is a consulting firm under contract to the Federal Transit Administration. The department reviews both of those reports in order to determine if there are any variations of significance to the project as currently reported.
Mr. Holden?
Yeah, Mr. Rowe has summarized our report. The city basically agreed to pick up a maximum of 12% of the total project costing $2.7 billion. The city's share will be $345 million maximum, but with caps in there so they can't exceed that.
Mr. President, I want to thank Ms. Flores for bringing this matter to our attention once again. And what you've discovered here today is that the LA County Transportation Commission will not give you all the facts. You were not told that the cost overrun for MOS 1 was $200 million. You were not told that. Mr. Rowe had to tell you that. You were not told that that $200 million cost overrun was in excess of what it was when we discussed the cost overrun potential when we discussed MOS 2. It was estimated to be a total of about $126 million, $130 million at that time. And LACTC, Mr. Peterson and his staff, used that cost overrun argument as justification for establishing the Rail Construction Corporation. And since then, MOS 1 has climbed to additional $700 million cost overrun, only because you have a cap of $125 million that the city will pay of Prop A money. I know what he said. I'm telling you what actually happened, because we had that discussion at the council when I argued that we should put a cap on MOS 2. So we got 6 miles, 6 stations for a cap of $90 million, whereas for MOS 1 you got 4.4 miles, 4 stations with a cap of $125 million cost overruns, in addition to the basic contribution that we will make. And so you have to analyze what they actually are saying to you. And if I ask Mr. Peterson, how many claims have been adjudicated by the contractor since RCC has taken over? Or how many claims are in process right now? And what that really means, they convert claims to change orders, and that's how you establish your cost overruns, which you're not told. Mr. Rowe, you know how many claims are before the board right now?
I don't have that information.
That is correct. So we don't have any information, although you've asked for a full report, and you have not received a full report. Maybe sometimes we don't know how to ask for it in real detail, but I can tell you this. The information has been substantially camouflaged that's been presented before this body. I agree with you. Yeah, let it go back to committee, and let Mr. Peterson, you know the points we're raising. Let's have a full report. And we'll set a date when you can report to the committee, Transportation Committee, and then we'll report to the full council as to what the real cost overruns really are. And you really can't hide this. Is going to come to light anyway. I'm not saying that you are, but I don't think you really are getting the right information from your staff people, because you set up that RCC. They had no knowledge over how cost overruns were being established, no knowledge about the claims process and how they were converted to change orders, and therefore the contractor just bilked you because they were inexperienced. Now, I told you this would happen, and it has happened, unfortunately, and it will be explosive when it all comes out. It'll be extremely explosive because someone is going to have to explain why they made this administrative change at an extensive cost to the taxpayers of the city of Los Angeles. By way of LACTC, they're spending that money, and by way of the Los Angeles City Council with Prop A, by we spending our money. Ridiculous. Bad administrative move to begin with. I said at that time, and I repeat, and I'll sit down, Mr. President, that we should have left MOS 1 on the RTD to finish. And then, and I told you this, let the commission take over the design and construction MOS 2. And you would save money and time, and you guys wouldn't do that. So now you've lost money. Yes, let it go to committee, and I'll ask you to report to committee. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, Mrs. Flores, you had a motion. You want to state what that motion is?
Well, we'll do that in committee. The motion will be that they continue on a continuous basis to report to the committee, and we'll add that in committee.
All right, then we'll just note and file this request for a comment. Is that what your wish is?
No, yeah. I'll withdraw.
All right.
I'll withdraw it.
All right, open the roll on noting and filing this report.
No, we're asking that it go to committee.
All right, so the motion, will you make your motion is
Holden wants to send it to committee.
Yes,
All right.
Mr.
Holden seconds that. Is there any objection to that? Record a unanimous vote to send this matter to committee. Next item.
Item 26, Councilman Ridley Thomas's item. He wanted to suspend the rules and take it up right now.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. President and members of the council. This item is simply one that makes a request of the Police Commission to look into the matter of the use of the city employee time in regards to political campaigns. Further, it tries to clarify by way of oversight the matter of use of city facilities. And
Mr. Thomas, this is a Rule 16 motion. We have to open the roll on 10 votes for consideration. Open the roll. Close the roll.
14 ayes.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to comment on this item? All right. Come forward, please.
This is number 26, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to say, in regards to that,
don't leave me now, Joan.
the Harbor Commissioner June Maury, who abruptly resigned his post last week, was involved in illegal activities concerning the harbor. This is concerning lobbying. Okay, so it all washes. Let me finish. Illegal lobbying, at any rate. Okay, he was involved in illegal activities concerning the harbor area. A law firm, which he is a partner in.
That is not this matter. Please talk on this matter.
Well, I'm just showing where both areas, it's not
You
just.
can make that under public comment period, but not on this item.
Okay. Anyway, he was
Next
doing the
person,
same
please.
thing.
Thank you. I'm going to cut right to the chase. The reason Daryl Gates has not been accountable to the people of Los Angeles is because the Police Protective League has not been accountable to the people of Los Angeles. For the Police Protective League to suggest that there is no money to put the 600 officers on the street that are needed so desperately is nothing less than extortion.
That's not the subject of this item.
Isn't the the question whether the Police Protective League can hold political meetings on city property?
That's correct.
Okay, they are not accountable to the people, and I think they should not be allowed to hold public meetings on the property. At the same time, they think they should be able to do all this politicking on city property. They make the public the police commission meetings extremely inaccessible to the community, and it's getting harder and harder for people in the community to attend the meetings. The only two council members I've seen in the year I've been trying to go to the committee meetings are once I saw Councilman Ridley Thomas there, who came to speak about getting community-based policing at 77.
Please, don't interrupt. Proceed. Proceed.
And once I saw Councilman Wax there, and I think he was speaking about...
that's not within the what we're talking about here.
All right, the point I want to make here is that I think the council members, it would be very good if you would take time to attend a police commission meeting sometime.
That's not the subject of this motion either.
The subject is the the Police Protective League has a lot of money for a lot of other things, but they don't have money to serve the people of Los Angeles. They shouldn't be allowed to spend all this money on politicking.
Thank you. Chair recognizes now Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Oh, my. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. There may be some confusion about what this motion really is. It is essentially a request of the Police Commission to review the matter of city employees, particularly those within their purview, as it relates to political campaigns. It seems to me that it's quite clear that there's a range of issues that have been raised, and it's in the purview of the Police Commission to do so. And with that involved, I urge of aye vote in this matter.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to support Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion. It's not an issue of freedom of speech. It's not an issue of whether individuals can get involved in politics. The issue here is whether or not we can keep the police department and other city agencies out of politics by separating out the use of city facilities from campaign activities. That's the gist of Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion, and I am happy to support him for an aye vote.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, members of the council, there's been a lot of debate as to who actually runs the facility, who owns the facility. I know it as the police academy. That's where we send our officers to be trained. That's where we prepare them to go out in the streets. That's where they come back to stay in shape. And that's where they do a lot of different kinds of activities that benefit them. It's not a facility that's available to the public in terms of kids being able to go swim in the swimming pool. I'm not sure it's a facility that's paying rent to the city when they talk about the Revolver Club being the managers. My understanding is there's an agreement between the Department of Public Works and the police department. But there might not even be income coming in because of their use of that land where that facility lies. I think it's totally inappropriate for them to consider doing a rally against Proposition F there. And I think that we should make sure that the commission looks into it. I think the department should honor and respect the reality of what that facility stands for, and it shouldn't be brought into the politics of this reform package. And I support Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion. Thank you.
Mr. Wax.
Mr. President, I am hearing an incredible hypocrisy here, and I want to read this motion. This motion is to ensure that no political campaign activity takes place on city time and on city-leased or city-owned property. Mr. President, you know where Mayor Bradley announced his re-election and had his press conference and his total event for re-election last time? Right out here on the patio of City Hall. And I called the city attorney and I said, "Is that legal?" And the city attorney said, "Yes, it is legal as long as it is available to anyone under the same terms and conditions." Now, to pass this ordinance that says, as broad as Mr. Ridley Thomas is suggesting, that no political campaign activity take place on city time and on city leased land, which is what I'm reading here, is exactly what the mayor does, exactly what members of this council do, exactly what the city attorney has done, and exactly what others have done. And what I'm saying is, if it's wrong for everyone. It's not just wrong for the chief of police and okay for the mayor. It's not just wrong for the Police Protective League and okay for city councilman X, Y, and Z. Now, what I would like to see
why
done,
did you say Y and Z?
Mr. Ridley Thomas, what I would like to see done, if it's legal, is a prohibition for anyone, including the mayor, including yourself, including the press conferences we all have around here that are totally for political purposes, as opposed to, you know, the reality is, Mr. Haggerty, would you speak to the legality of a total ban on the use of city, as this is saying here, on the use of city property?
Point of order, Mr.
Just a minute. I'm
Point of
asking
order.
Mr. Haggerty a question.
And I'm appealing to the chair.
Mr. Wax has the floor, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Haggerty, would you speak
Can
to...
we refrain from
Mr.
distorting the
Thomas.
motion? It's not a total ban.
Mr. Ridley Thomas,
I'm
Mr. Wax
reading,
has the floor.
Mr. Ridley Thomas, I am
Reading
reading,
out of context,
quote,
Mr. Wax.
quote, to ensure...
First of all, it's not an ordinance.
Mr. Ridley
request to the
Thomas, you're
police-
out
Mr.
of
Ridley Thomas,
order.
perhaps you can read your, to ensure that no political campaign activity takes place on city time and on city leased or city-owned property, unquote. That's what I have before me. Mr. Haggerty, is that legal to do that?
Well, as I understand the motion, the motion is to ask the police commission to look into what property they plan to use.
No,
If-
no, no,
if-
Mr. Haggerty, I'm asking you a specific question. Is it legal to do as this request to ensure that no political campaign activity take place on city time and on city leased or city-owned property? Is that legal
Well,
or
as
not?
far as city time, as far as a city employee, I don't believe a city employee can engage in political activity on city time. As far as city property, it depends on the city property. If the property has become a public forum, in other words, other people have been allowed to use the name of the general public for various reasons, it may be a public forum, and then you could not ban political activity insofar as then you have a content.
Okay, then let me ask you a question then. If Mayor Bradley could have his campaign announcement, it was the announcing his re-election for mayor on the City Hall patio here, right here on Spring Street steps, in the patio adjacent to it, could the Police Protective League also have a political rally there?
Well, I'm not sure that Mayor Bradley using it for his own political purpose necessarily makes it a public forum. I could not answer
Wait a
that.
minute, are you saying that the mayor could use it and someone else couldn't use it?
What I'm saying, the question is whether or not it has become a public forum, and I'm not ready to answer whether the mayor...
Just a moment, just a moment. Mr. Haggerty.
Mr. Wax,
Mr.
your time
Haggerty.
has expired. Chair
Mr. Haggerty,
recognizes
if he
Ruth Galanter.
Stop
Press
interrupting
your
me.
button again, Mr. Wax.
You don't want to hear the truth, Mr. Ridley Thomas.
If you were to tell
Stop, please. Ms. Galanter has the floor. Be in order, Mr. Wax and Mr. Ridley Thomas. Ms. Galanter.
Would somebody go and stand between those two
Ms.
guys?
Galanter.
I'm trying.
With all due respect, Ms. Galanter, I'd rather watch them.
Mr. Yaroslavsky, sit down. Ms. Galanter, you have the floor.
I guess we
Please
all would
proceed.
I think members of this council ought to be very careful about throwing the word hypocrisy around. The issue before us is not what the mayor did. The issue is whether the Police Protective League, which is not an official body of the city, it is a trade union organization of the members of the police department, which they have every right to have. It's a very effective organization, but it is not an organization of the city or of the police department. The facility they are proposing to use for a political rally for the organization that is not a part of the city is a city facility, or at least it is arguably a city facility. And the motion is requesting that the police commission look into whether a leased facility, which is where we train people, the city leases it, not the Police Protective League, is a city facility, and if it is, it seems to me perfectly appropriate to say that it is only for city business. Now, that I don't think is true of an outdoor space. The City Hall lawn is used by all kinds of people for all kinds of political rallies. It may be used for organizing meetings, but of course, then anybody could overhear it. The Police Academy is a building that not everybody has access to. Police officers enjoy access to that building for their work. But what we're talking about here is something that is not a part of their work. The last time I checked, the police department did not have an official position. There is, on this initiative, there is a very clear division. The commission supports it, the chief doesn't support it, and now the union has decided that they don't support it either. That is their right. But using the city police department facility to organize their campaign against it, I would argue is not their right. And I'm sorry Mr. Wax doesn't see the distinction. Perhaps we can fight it out in the corner. But I think that there is nothing unreasonable. Indeed, it seems to me a very prudent idea to ask the police commission, which is in charge of the department, to look into the matter and to assert policy, if there is none existing, about what is the proper use of department facilities and what is not. I would have, incidentally, the same objection to somebody holding a rally in favor of Proposition F in that same facility. I think it's just an inappropriate use of city space.
Mr. Yaroslavsky.
I didn't think this was going to be all that controversial. I thought this was already the rules and the law. My understanding was that we were not permitted to conduct blatantly, openly use political facilities and city facilities and city resources for political purposes. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, the mayor's office was investigated by Chief Gates and the police department criminally when an allegation was made in that connection last year during the municipal elections. Nothing came of it, of course, but it was based on the law. I thought it was the law that you couldn't use city facilities for non-city, non-public purposes. Isn't that the law, Mr. Haggerty? If not, then let me know, because I've got a lot of things I want to use my typewriter for.
Well, that may be a council policy. The question is, when you get into the
it's not
First
a council
Amendment
policy. I'm really surprised that you're having this kind of difficulty, John.
No, because I don't know how the police academy has been used. It may have.
I'm not talking about the police academy.
Well,
I'm talking about city facilities. And I don't know that the police academy is officially a city facility.
Well, that may be the distinction. I'm talking
let's forget
specifically
about the police academy. Let's talk about City Hall.
No, we do not allow outside groups to come into City Hall and as far as I know, and conduct personal type of activities. The question is whether or not a facility is made available to outside groups to come in and conduct certain types of activity. Because then, if you're allowing it to be used as a public forum, then you have a First Amendment question if you try to prohibit one group because of what they're saying.
Of course. Now, not everybody can get into the police academy, can they?
Well, that I don't know. My understanding is
there's a cop that sits at the gate.
But I have heard that facility is leased out to third-party groups. Whether or not that is true, I don't know. And my understanding is that is what the police commission is going to review.
It's also true that the city taxpayers are picking up half of the insurance bill, isn't it? We just did that the other day. We pick up half the insurance for that facility, isn't it the case? Yeah, the problem with that darn police academy is that it's such a gray area. I don't know who owns it. Didn't the taxpayers of this city just vote last year, 2 years ago, to rebuild that police academy?
I believe there's a bond issue.
Bond issue. Who's going to secure the bonds? The police officers or the taxpayers of the city?
Right.
Is this still going to be a leased facility after the taxpayers have you don't know the answer to this question.
My understanding
That's an interesting question. Yeah. The taxpayers of the city are paying for basically a whole new police academy on that site. And I'm wondering whether we're going to own it or not. That's a question that is separate from this. Anyway, I understand the spirit of what Mr. Ridley Thomas is saying, and I agree with Mr. Wax. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Whatever applies to the Police Protective League up there ought to apply to Mr. Wax and to me and to Mr. Ridley Thomas. And I don't think Mr. Ridley Thomas has any difference of opinion with you on that. I mean, you don't think Warren Christopher should be able to go up to the police academy and hold a press conference supporting Proposition F, the police reform measure, do you? Pardon? Mr. Ridley Thomas?
No, that's correct.
Yeah, he agrees with me. So I think what he's asking for is a policy, not an ordinance, but a policy. It would be applied consistently to everyone. And of course, it should be applied to everyone consistently. Otherwise, it is a violation of the First Amendment. And but I'm going to support the spirit of what he's talking about. I think that there are plenty of venues in this city where we can hold press conferences.
Mr. Bernson's name was lost on the screen, so I'm going to recognize him now.
Lost? I thought I was next.
Well, that's what Mr. Bernson thinks, and he did.
I've been lost for a long time.
Record as 2, so he is. Go ahead, Mr. Bernson.
Members of the council, regardless of whether you apply this to everybody or don't apply it to everybody, there's some real constitutional questions here on First Amendment rights, which have had major court decisions where shopping centers and other private property is concerned. Anything that is private but for public use, you have the inability to restrict people from expressing their views on or pass out literature or express their views, whether we like it or not. So anybody, whether it's the mayor or whether it's Mr. Ridley Thomas or Mr. Wax or myself, can walk up here in City Hall and we can say anything we want with immunity because the law, the Constitution protects us. Now, The question of facilities that are not available to the public is another matter. And I think maybe there may be some merit to developing a policy, but I think, remember, this shouldn't just be a gang up on the police department. It seems to me that what we've been doing as a council is ganging up on the police. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to say what I feel like. And, you know, I think that, Mr. Yaroslavsky, would you please? I think that we have the ability to, we have a number of other unions that represent city employees, and I don't know where they have their meetings. It's never been controversial. Never been controversial before because we've never been involved in a situation where you've had a ballot issue. You know, so there's some ramifications here. And I think before we rush into anything, that we ought to think carefully about what we're doing, and we ought to make sure that we're not imposing on other people what we do ourselves. Things that we say shouldn't be done, that we all do. So perhaps rather than referring this to the Police Commission, maybe we ought to refer this to the Governmental Affairs Committee and let them discuss it and see if whatever policy is in order. Because I don't think that you can restrict the mayor or anybody else, Joel, from making a speech up here announcing whatever they want to announce as long as it's open to the public. The question of using... Yeah, we need to treat everybody the same, but I think there's some real serious questions of just jumping into this thing. I think we ought to refer... I would move as a substitute motion that we refer it to Governmental Affairs. Let's have a... well, we have something that deals with...
You mean government efficiency?
Is there another thing that deals... Government efficiency?
That's Wu, Hernandez, and Ridley
Do we
Thomas.
have a rules committee or something anymore? I move that we refer it to Rules Committee for consideration, and you know, have it back within 90 years. Okay.
Mr. Holden.
Yeah, I just spoke with the city attorney, and he was saying that the outside public has to be treated the same as we are. And I want to just inform you, if you don't know already, that hall over at the police academy was rented out to the public. And I was there on that occasion, and I spoke to a group of people. Now, what you're saying is that you can rent it to other people, but you should not rent it to the police personnel. No, I think that's a mistake. I want you to know, I want to remind you, Mr. Yaroslavsky, I want to remind you that there are many members of this council have called a news conference right in their old newsroom.
You're kidding.
To talk about campaigning for public office, including you, Mr. Yaroslavsky.
Never. I only announced that I wasn't running.
You announced that you're not going to run, right there. You bet. It was political. And there are others who have announced that they're going to run in the very same room. Now, I know when we met all the necessary conditions for the ordinance to put in the ballot for Prop F, a number of people in this council ran to the press room and immediately called a news conference.
You're kidding. Who did that?
And it was political. You cannot do that. If you don't believe it, ask the city attorney's office.
Did you take that to the district attorney?
No, I didn't take it to the district attorney. On my time, you see, when you start telling the facts and the truth, the other side tends to interrupt. But I can tell you right now, if you're going to require or deny some city employees the right to rent a hall and then allow the general public to do it, and then you, on the other hand, call a news conference for the purpose of supporting an issue that they're in opposition to. I think that is, I agree with Mr. Wax. That is hypocritical. And I just cannot support that. I must tell you that the city attorney also made mention of the fact that they have a license or an agreement with the at that hall to use that hall over there. If you have an agreement or a lease or some terms, some condition like that, you can't break it. I got a letter saying that you have an agreement. You've had it for the past 50 years. So I think we have to think about the consequences of our action. I don't want any more lawsuits. I know you don't either, because you always complain about that. But you know, what I hear more than anything else, I'm going to sit down, Mr. President, I won't speak again. I hear more police bashing from the members of this city council than I hear from anywhere else. You know what? You always bash and bash and bash until you need one. And I got to tell you that many people outside feel the same way about that. They bash the police. Juries bash them. But the fact of the matter is they keep bashing until they need one. And the time is going to come where you're going to find that you desperately need a police officer and they won't be around because they've decided that they're not welcome in the city of Los Angeles anymore. And I can understand why they feel that way.
Mr. Bernardi.
My.
Mr. Bernson's motion been seconded? I thought I heard somebody to refer it to the Rules Committee. Was it seconded? Diane?
No, it wasn't.
Well, then, I'll move that this item be referred to the Rules Committee and ask that debate be closed.
No, you can't do that. Mr. Alatorre?
Give him a hand.
Mr. Alatorre is not here. Ms. Walters?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I am concerned about the behavior that we're talking about today on the part of the police department, or members of the Police Protective League, rather, not the police department. I am perhaps more concerned about the behavior depicted in the last paragraph of the motion than the meeting place, and that has to do with officers engaging in lobbying activities or activities that encourage members of the community to oppose Proposition F while they're on city time in uniform, meeting with block clubs. I think that this is insidious. I don't think that that ought to be sanctioned. They certainly have the right to encourage anybody they want to oppose Prop F off city time and out of uniform. And I don't think under any law that's on the books, the First Amendment notwithstanding, that the engaging in that kind of behavior while in uniform and on duty is to be sanctioned. So, council members, I would urge your support of this motion and right away so that we can get it to the Police Commission with this request.
Mr. Bernson, you press your button for the second time.
Move the previous question on the entire matter.
No, Hal, I've got an amendment, and it's going to, yeah, I would like to move an amendment.
All right. Mr. Hernandez?
Members of the council, this discussion led different ways, and I think Joel started it when he was talking about people having the right to speak at public facilities. And I'm really questioning whether the academy is a public facility. When you have the rules that they have and the access that they have, I think it's important that we understand that when you have communities that surround that park who are looking for places to go swimming, and there's a swimming pool on the academy that is not available to the public, I ask myself whether that's a public facility. And then, when I'm sitting here and looking what the academy is supposed to stand for, when the city pays for some of that maintenance, its personnel are the instructors there. The reality is its history as the academy for Los Angeles' police department, when in fact the chief will not allow the security officers who provide the security for this building to attend that academy, and we have to send them to Rio Hondo and pay another district. I got a problem with that.
You just want to run down and get some and bring it back upstairs?
And third, what is the relationship between this city and whoever runs that facility? I mean, I know, Joel, that it didn't appear on our audit of Parks and Rec's agreements. I hear it's part of a public works agreement with the Revolver Club, but I do know that the city's budget and city money is being spent to maintain that facility. So for the Police Protective League to share with us that they have the right to use that facility when children don't have the right to use that facility, when city monies are being used to maintain that facility, and there is no understanding of the agreement, I got a problem with it. And so I am going to support Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion, but I also move that this issue of the relationship between the academy and the city of Los Angeles be sent to the Administrative Services Committee, being that we oversee leases and city facilities, and straighten out that relationship so that we have a clear understanding of what the accessibility to that facility is about. And I ask for a second on that motion.
All right, Mr. Ridley Thomas. Mr. Ridley Thomas is next.
I call for the previous question,
Wax, and then Mr. Holden.
Oh, Mr. Wax, you have. All right. Well, I'm prepared to defer to Mr. Wax in a sense of collegiality and camaraderie. And I want you to restrain yourself, Mr. Wax.
Is that a political statement?
Mr. President, members of council, I raised this point for a reason. And I raised this point so that everybody follow the same rules. And when one person doesn't follow the rules, or where you go after one and not the others, then it looks like all you're doing is going after somebody. When you have rules, they've got to apply to everyone. And I have personally, and you have too, been present where the rules that are being proposed now have been violated, not by the members of the police department, but by people in other city employees and city elected officials. So the motion that I would like to make, Mr. President, members of council, is to add to Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion that with respect to any kind of lobbying or campaign activity on city time or on city leased or city owned property, all people, whether they're elected officials, city employees, or members of the public, be treated equally.
That's acceptable to Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes,
The
Mrs.
motion, Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion, is to make a request of the Police Commission. And with all due respect to Mr. Wax's amendments, and in the spirit in which he's offered them, those don't need to go to the Police Commission. That's something different. So what I want to know is, Joel, is that an amendment to the motion requesting, that is a request of the Police Commission?
It's a motion that, with respect to any rules that govern wherever they're
No, I
made.
understand that, and I'm not objecting to that. I'm trying to
Galante,
clarify.
the reason I'm trying to accept it is because it has implications for a policy beyond this, and if it begins in
May I
this instance,
suggest,
that's fine.
Mr. Wax, that you
just
make a
wanted to
separate
clear-
motion?
No, Mr. Ridley Thomas has accepted that, and the reason
it's
I did it,
acceptable.
Mrs.
It's
Galante,
fine.
was because unlike, as you pointed out, the academy,
Fine, I just
his
wanted
was
to
broader than
clarify.
that.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Pikus.
I'm really confused. Mr. Ridley Thomas, give me the the substance of your motion again.
Now that Mr. Wax has made the amendment, it essentially is one that applies equally to everyone with respect to the use of city facilities.
So is this a substitute rather
No,
than an amendment?
it's an amendment.
Okay, so but what does your motion do do in addition to that? It goes to the police, ask the police commission to
Yes,
look at it, is
as
that right?
originally
Yeah.
designed, yes.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I think Mr. Wax's motion is a major motion, and I don't think it's in any way an amendment to the existing motion. I think you ought to introduce it as a separate motion. It ought to go to committee, and we ought to look at it. It ought to go to the attorney as well to look at that. I think we may be putting ourselves behind the eight ball
Well-
if we approve of this without a careful look at it. I really do. I
Mrs.
just think it
Pikus,
might be inappropriate.
the importance of this is that it goes to the police commission. We're requesting that they review this. In that regard, they can take the appropriate action, and it only has a specified impact in this instance. If in fact there's a policy precedent set here, then we'd have to take the item up on its own merit at another time. So I'm not sure that it does anything other than to ensure that this is non-discriminatory, and that's acceptable to me.
Okay, what Mr. Wax says, any policies adopted by whom, when?
You know, my amendment is that with respect to campaign activity on city time and on city property, whatever rules are adopted be applied to everyone equally.
By rules adopted by whom?
Whoever adopts the rules. If the police commission adopts them, the police commission. If you adopt others, in this case,
You want
it's
the
going.
police commission to make rules that apply to
No,
you?
I
I'm
am
not sure
simply
that's really a
saying that,
terrific
that
idea.
everybody be treated equally, Joy. It's a pretty easy
Yeah,
concept.
Joel, I don't know that the police commission is the organization that I think ought to go around making rules about how we campaign for public office
That's
and what
correct.
public statements we make and where we make them. I don't
That's
think it's an
correct.
appropriate body to make those
Mr.
rules.
President, members of the council, I concur with Mrs. Pikus' concerns, but it shouldn't be interpreted that what Mr. Wax is suggesting does that, Mrs. Pikus. This is quite specific, and it can only be as it relates to the items specifically before us under the jurisdiction of the police commission. And as I interpret this, it does not affect anything out of that. But they're saying a non-discriminatory policy with respect to those things within the purview of the police commission.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying that we're sending this this motion to the police commission
Right.
to make a ruling. And Joel is saying whatever ruling the police commission makes in this specific case is applicable to everybody. And so it is very, very limited. That is how you've interpreted what he is saying, which I don't think is what he means to say, but I think it's the only thing that we can have
Right.
in that the original motion is a very limited
That's right.
applicability.
Exactly.
So we're just saying that what they say, if they say that you can or you can't have a campaign event at the Academy, then we can have a campaign event or we can't have a campaign event at the Academy.
That's
and
correct.
and it's very limited.
And everyone
on
then
that
should be
basis, I
treated.
accept it,
Well,
but that's under this
and then to
interpretation.
I'm going
clarify-
to rule that interpretation is the correct one.
Then to clarify that, Mrs. Pikus, I will, as an additional motion, as a separate
That's fine.
motion,
That's fine.
ask that that be a citywide policy, that any campaign activity on city time or on city property be everyone, whether they be city employees, elected officials, or members of the board, be treated
Just-
equally.
Just a moment. It's Mr. Holden's turn to talk.
Mr. President, after hearing all the discussion, is a clear example of a double standard. Ms. Pike has made it very clear. We don't want it to apply to us, but let it apply to them. Just a minute, that's what it said. Says they're not empowered to do this. No, they're not empowered to do it. But she wants to refer Mr. Wax's motion to committee and move on Mr. Thomas's motion now without going to committee. No, it's the same thing. You know, and that's what I mean about a double standard. Now, when Mr. Farrell decided to leave office, he endorsed Mr. Thomas right there in the press room. Now, I mean, don't ask for a point of order. That was what happened. I saw you on television, where Mr. Farrell was standing there saying, "I'm leaving office today, but I want you to vote for my man, Mr. Margaret Lee Thomas, right there at City Hall, inside City Hall." Now, I must tell you that, you know, if you're going to deny, I mean, what they always say, those who live in glass houses don't throw rocks. I am not going to vote for the motion, and I tell you why. Because city property is city automobiles. And I can tell you right now, that each and every one of you from time to time drive to a political campaign headquarters, even for those who are yes on F. And those Lincolns, and those Mercuries, and those, what kind of other car they use? What kind of car you use? You see? And I must tell you.
What kind of a limo do you have, Nate?
And that's a city property
Lincoln
car.
Town car?
So you use the, see, they want to interrupt you when you're telling the facts. They drive
Oh, we just want all the
to those
facts.
campaign headquarters and the city property and the city tax with the city gas, and then they campaign, then they tell the other guy, you can't do it. I tell you what, Mr. Hernandez, you're right. Take the car away from them when they're running for political office. Take the car away. Let them take RTD or drive their own automobile, because that is hypocritical. And that's making a mockery of the whole process. No, I'm going to vote no on this, because each and every one of you have abused it from time to time. As I said, I saw my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Yaroslavsky, talking about mayor right here on this property. Nice guy. I did it too, but I won't do it anymore.
What did I say?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said,
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
maybe you could tell us
Just
who,
a moment, please. Mr.
No.
Wu? Mr.
No.
Wu, move the previous question. Open the roll on the previous
That's
question.
for a no vote. I think we have a good 15 or 20 minutes on this.
we have some unfinished business here.
Close the roll on the previous question.
8 ayes, 4 noes.
I'll rule that the previous question is allowed because everyone has spoken twice.
That's not true. I've only spoken once, and my
No,
name is
you've spoken twice, Mr.
I've only
Yaroslavsky.
spoken once, Mr. Browdy.
No, you spoke twice.
We shall speak again.
Let's
we
replay
have
the
something-
tape.
Debate this.
We have something that
Open
we
the
want to say
roll
to
on.
Mr.
No, a point of order. I've only spoken once.
And we have something we wish to say to Mr. Holden. The only mayoral candidate in the city of Los Angeles at this
Mr.
time who
Ridley
wishes
Thomas
to
and Mr. Yaroslavsky.
Call
The previous
800-462-1112.
Let's proceed with that. Unless is there a motion to to continue debate?
There's a, excuse me, point of order. The rules of the council are that it takes 2/3 of a vote to suspend debate.
I'll ask the clerk.
How many times did I speak,
How many
Diane?
times has Mr. Yaroslavsky spoken?
Why don't you go upstairs and review the tape?
I've been informed Councilman Yaroslavsky spoke twice.
Could you?
All right, the rules stand.
Could you explain to me
The rules
when
stand.
when
We're
did
not
I?
gonna
Who
discuss
informed
this
you?
anymore.
How many times have I
Madam Clerk,
spoken?
what is the first motion
How many
before
times
us?
have I spoken?
Councilman Bernardi only spoke once.
Councilman Bernardi only spoke once.
Excuse me. I have only spoken once.
He did not press his button. I'm going to rule that the previous question has been called. You can challenge the ruling of the chair if you like. Madam Clerk, what's the first item?
Councilman Wax made the last motion on a citywide policy. I didn't hear a second to his motion. There is a second?
I rise to challenge the ruling of the chair.
Okay. All right. Open the roll on the
This is a
challenging
chance to
of
get
the-
at Marvin. Come on.
The issue is whether he spoke once or twice.
That's right. And I'm going to review the tape if
He ought to know how many times he spoke.
I only spoke once.
Open the roll.
On what's the motion?
To overrule the chair, I asked for an aye
ask for
vote.
a no vote.
Okay.
Close the roll.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
All right. The chair is overridden. Mr. Yaroslavsky, speak.
It's the greatest victory I've had around here in 5 years.
Do you have something you wish
I
to say,
think
sir?
now that I've gotten the motion to overrule the chair, I think I feel like sitting down and just calling it quits. But I'm not going to do that, Mr. President, because first of all, are there two motions before us, one and an amendment?
You have an amendment to the Ridley Thomas motion by Councilman Wax. You have an additional motion he introduced as a separate citywide policy, and then you have a motion by Hernandez to refer the issue of the academy leasing facilities to the Administrative Services
The
Committee.
separate motion that applies to a citywide policy, is that before us today? Or is it an
That's
amendment?
the city attorney to determine.
Mr. Haggerty, is that is a separate motion presentable?
No,
It should
the
be
issue,
referred to committee,
no,
Joe.
the issue here is the use of the,
I'm just asking about Mr. Wax's motion. Is that properly before us?
No. No.
yeah, which motion is that?
Okay,
Councilman
here we
Wax
go
made
again.
a motion, seconded by Holden, to request that a citywide policy be implemented with respect to campaign activities on city property. And
Point of information.
It's a separate, well, hold my
As
time.
separate
Hold
from
my
the
time.
issue.
I haven't even gotten a word in
It's
edgewise here.
The reason I thought it was
This is
in
a great
order.
place.
is a point of
Mr.
order.
Yaroslavsky, you
Case
have
for
the
term
floor.
limits, I'll tell you that.
Because this talked about more than.
Are you finished, Mr. Yaroslavsky?
No, I haven't even begun. I just want a ruling from Mr. Haggerty
And I wanted this one to be amended to make it citywide.
on whether this
Mr.
motion is
Haggerty,
properly before us.
respond to Mr. Yaroslavsky, please.
No, because the motion, item 26 deals specifically with the use by the police protective.
No, it doesn't. That's the problem.
So what are you saying that it's not properly before, Mr. Wax's motion is not properly before us?
The problem is it doesn't
That's what he's
specifically
saying. All
deal
right.
with that.
And
It
I
doesn't.
think
Look at
it's
your
an
calendar.
appropriate, I think it's appropriate to take a look at your motion, and, but I think it ought to be done according to our rules, and I think the rules would require that it either be placed as a Rule 16 item on the next available agenda
That's right.
or referred to committee, and I frankly don't care which way it is, so I'll just, I'll make a, is there a motion to refer that motion to committee yet on the
So
desk?
moved.
I will make that motion when I conclude. But I do think that it pays to not to be hypocritical about it and to apply these rules across the board. Mr. Holden was quite right in pointing out the use by some of the press room. Mr. Holden would have been more complete if he had mentioned some of his own efforts in that regard. Is it true that you endorsed Mrs. Walters' opponent right here in the press room? That's what we think we know, but we have it on videotape, so we'll, just as we will find out. I will report to the council tomorrow on whether I spoke once or twice, because if in fact, Mr. Browdy, I am in error, I will profusely apologize for having
Point of order, Mr.
impose this indignity upon you of having you overruled, but I'm only 43 years old, and I think I have most of my faculties, and I cannot believe that I spoke more than once. And I appreciate the opportunity. and
Mr.
Aren't you pleased?
Yaroslavsky, you're out of order. That subject of your sanity is not before the council.
Nor do I want it to be placed before this council for a vote. Thank you for the extra
Time has expired,
Point of order,
Mr. Yaroslavsky. Chair
of order, Mr.
recognizes Mr.
Point of order.
Bernson. Chair recognizes Mr. Bernson.
Members of the council, I hope you all realize that the public is watching what we're doing here today. And let me tell you, if you ever think about how stupid we look, this is a good example of why people are losing respect for government. Okay? Let me just tell you also that there's a lot of double standards being proposed here, and I think that the whole subject should be just left alone. The fact of the matter is that there are politics in everything that people do. Even people in private life, they want something. If they lobby their officials, that's political and that's lobbying. And as long as we have public facilities and it's public property or private property where the public are invited, you have the right of free speech. This subject never came up before, except that now there's an issue on the police department, so they want to throw another stone at the police department, the people who are opposing Proposition F. It's as simple as that. I think we ought to forget this whole thing. I'm going to vote no on the whole thing. I would advise all of you to do so, and let's get on with the important business of the city, okay?
Mr. Alatorre.
Let me just ask a question, Mr. Thomas. When we had the conversation, you had told me that we were only dealing with the use of police officers during working hours, and that's what you want studied.
And that's what the motion speaks to.
No, but it does more than that, doesn't it? Is it just limited to that?
The operative consideration here is political activity while on duty, because all the other issues are essentially settled. Hold it for a moment. You asked for a question, an answer, and I'm going to try to supply.
But I want you to answer directly, but Mark, that's all I'm saying. It's my understanding that, the question of the use or non-use of the police academy was not an issue. That the only thing that you wanted recorded was to make sure that people that were on duty were not politicking, which I think is legitimate, okay? But now we're getting into, but included in here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the right of the police department or the police officers to attend a rally at the police academy.
No, the issue is to request the police commission to do two things. One is to review the use of any city-owned leased facilities and political activity. Hold on for a moment. Yeah. Political activity on the part of city employees while on duty.
Yeah, but see, the commission, and you're talking about the police commission.
Precisely.
Well, what does the police commission have to do with the Department of Water and Power? What does
it doesn't have anything to do with that at all.
But so you're just limiting it to just the police department?
That which is in their scope, the police commission's scope of authority.
Why not just do it? If we're going to do that, do it with everybody.
Well, that's what Joel is attempting to do, and he amended it to apply broadly.
And it's not germane. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it is germane. It is germane, but it comes up on a Rule 16, Richard.
All right.
So I still appeal to you for your vote.
All right.
Mr. Wax.
The whole discussion started when I raised, because when I read the calendar, it was unlike what Mrs. Galanter says that we're talking about the police academy, and addressed that, and Mr. Hernandez addressed that. But as I read the calendar here, this motion goes well beyond that. What I'm reading is it goes beyond that. It goes to ensure, quote, that no political campaign activity take place on city time and on city leased or city owned property. Now, if that's what's before us, and I'm reading it, I think I can read, then it seems to me that a broader amendment, the one that I introduced that said that basically with respect to any policies regarding campaign activity on city time and city loan or leased property, be applied to everyone equally. If it was only for the police academy, then I would have made a motion that said only the police academy should be available to everyone equally. But because it's broader than that, Mr. Haggerty, if you read this calendar, it's directing the police commission, Mrs. Pikus, that's what it says, to request the police commission to adopt but that is what it says. And so, given that that's it, my point of this whole thing is that whatever rules are made any place, they should be made the same for everyone. If we're making rules for the police academy, they should be for that. If we're making rules for the press hall, they should be for that. If we're making rules for the Spring Street patio, for political activity, then they should be applied equally to everyone. And if we would adopt that as a policy, then everything that we do, whether it's asking the police commission to deal with the police academy or anyone else to deal with anything else, would be in the context of that policy. I think that is a simple policy. I don't know how it's not saying to make rules, Mrs. Pikus. I'm not saying to limit it anyway. I'm just saying that whatever rules are made, whatever policies are made with respect to anybody on any public property, be applied to everyone equally. And if we always have that overriding principle, then we will avoid the kind of debate we've had as to whether this is aimed at one group for one motive, for one thing, and we're choosing sides. And in fact, I would think that any rule that isn't applied equally ultimately gets challenged and is thrown out anyway, because that's why we have a Constitution and why we have equal protection of the laws. So I don't think it would be difficult, Mr. Haggerty, to read my broader amendment as an appropriate amendment to Mr. Ridley Thomas's, since Mr. Ridley Thomas's itself, as it's worded on this calendar, is very broad and much broader than just the police academy issue that we have before us.
Mr. Ridley Thomas.
I call for the previous question on the entire matter, Mr. President.
All right, open the roll on the previous question. Close the roll.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Is that holding?
All right, the previous question is allowed. Now what's before us, Madam Clerk?
Councilman Yaroslavsky has moved that you refer to committee the Wax-Holden motion on the citywide policy dealing with this issue.
Yes.
All right, open the roll on Mr. Yaroslavsky.
I urge an aye vote.
Open the roll. Close the roll.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
That was approved. What's next?
Now you have the amendment by Councilman Wax to Councilman Ridley Thomas's motion.
What's that? I said
No, it wasn't.
No, the
Open
first
the
vote was
roll on Councilman Wax's amendment to the Ridley Thomas motion.
Do you want me to read the amendment, Mr. President?
Yes. Same one.
With respect to campaign activities on city time or on city property, that all people, whether city employees, elected officials, or the general public, be treated equally.
Now, Mr. Wax and Mr. Ridley Thomas interpret that as relating just to the police
That's right.
academy.
That's what the motion is. Correct.
Open the roll on that motion.
But no, the police commission scope.
Well,
Within their,
yeah.
I'll tell you exactly it is.
All right,
It would
Mr.
be-
Wax.
It would be that anything over which the police commission governs, whether it be the academy or any other policies, everyone be treated equally. Within
Agreed.
anything within their prerogative, at least.
is that your interpretation, Mr. Ridley Thomas?
I'm sorry?
So be it.
May I comment on that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President?
Yes.
The problem is what you're doing is you're singling out political activity, and under the First Amendment, you can't do that. In other words, you're taking the content of a certain type of speech and say we're going to allow all other activities, but we're not going to allow
I'm
political
not saying we're not going to allow. I'm just saying if we allow it under the same terms and conditions for everybody.
Well,
I'm not saying to
okay,
not. I'm saying that whatever restrictions you make them with respect to everybody.
I
if you
think
don't make any, then don't make any with
Well, I
anybody.
think the problem could be if they make restrictions. If it's allowed to be used as a public forum for public gatherings, then it has to be allowed for political activity as well. Otherwise,
Fine.
you don't have a
Mr. Haggerty, you
content-neutral
can give
policy.
Haggerty,
you are-
Please, let's have some order.
The thrust of it, Mr. President.
Please, Mr. Ridley Thomas.
sir.
The Police Commission can ask its legal advice from the city attorney. The motion
Yes,
as
all right.
presented by Mr. Ridley Thomas and Mr. Wax is before us. Open the roll on that motion.
Urge an aye vote.
The amendment by Councilman Wax.
Point of order. I don't know
Mrs.
if- maybe
Galante.
it's not a point of order, it's a point of clarification. What Mr. Wax's motion amended in Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion was the phrase political activity. So Mr. Wax's motion says changes Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion so that it now says we are asking the police commission to look into the use of to look into the fact of that rally being held and to ensure that whatever rules are enacted and apply equally to everybody.
Mrs. Glanter, I'm going to rule you out of order. We've heard what Mr. Wax and Mr.
Well, I'm done
Ridley
now, so you don't have to bother.
Open the roll.
Urge and I vote.
Wax amendment.
Mr. Burnson.
The amendment should be voted on separately, and then Mr.
That's
Ridley
what we're
Thompson.
going to do. This is on the amendment, the Wax amendment.
Urge and I vote.
Open the roll. Close the roll.
12 ayes, 1 no.
The amendment was approved. Now the Ridley Thomas motion as amended by Mr. Wax.
I urge and I vote.
Open the roll. Close the roll.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
That was approved.
Thank you.
And the
Thank you very much,
Mr.
members
President,
of the
the
council.
Hernandez motion, is that unanimous vote to refer the issue to
Mr.
Administrative Services?
Second, Mr. Browdy.
Mr. Hernandez, did you have something to say? All right. Mr. Alatorre?
I had voted no, and it wasn't recorded.
Record him as a no vote. That won't
On
change the rule.
the 10 to 3 as amended, he wants to be a no vote.
Mr. Hernandez, did you?
No, I just want to make sure, is my motion then is the issue going to go to the committee? Or
Yes, it went to committee. All right. I thank all the members for their cooperation on this matter. Next item.
Mr. President, do you want to go back to the agenda items
Yes.
that remain? Supplemental agenda, you have a required hearing item 41. It's a hearing communication from the Chairperson Planning and Land Use Management Committee, a mitigated negative declaration. The motion is required 10 votes to consider. This is track map appeals located in Council District 3.
Just a minute. We need the 10 votes for consideration. Open the roll on the 10 votes for consideration. Close the roll.
13 ayes.
That matter is considered. Anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item?
Yeah, I'm going to ask that this be continued for a week because we have a problem with it.
All
Mr.
right.
President, this is a time limit file. It expires tomorrow for council to have any jurisdiction. You'd have to get a letter from the applicant consenting to the continuance in the meantime.
On 41?
You want to continue it one day?
Where does it say that it's time limit on 41?
It's a track map appeal. Has a time limit of 4:15.
Oh, I see, it does have that. Well, then we'll continue it.
We could ask for a fax to be sent to the office by tomorrow and continue it one day.
Then. Okay, thank you. I see that.
All right, that matter will be continued one day without objection. Unanimous vote. Next item.
On the continued agenda, item 61 is continued Administrative Services Committee report.
Is there any discussion on this motion? Mrs. Walters?
Mr. President, this is the item I believe that I asked to be continued so that I could find out why the credit union of the LA City employees had been moved to another city, Glendale. And I asked, I believe, for some people to be here. There's a flyer here, but I don't know where staff people are to
Are the staff people here? Come forward, please. Take the center table. Let's move a little quickly, please.
While they're coming forward, Mr. President, they've got several reasons listed on this form or flyer, including a survey of their employees about wanting to move from this particular location. And I'm at a loss to understand the city of Los Angeles is 400 and some odd square miles, and if your members, if it was felt your members wanted to move, why would you want to take LA City employee money and finance a building in the city of Glendale? We are here urging people to move to Los Angeles, to bring business to Los Angeles, and you as city employees working for Los Angeles take your money and run to Glendale.
Well, pardon me? I'm Steve McDiffin. I'm the general manager of the credit union. This is just a the building that was purchased in Glendale is just a small part of the credit union's expansion plans, and the expansion...
Why is it in Glendale? Why is any part of it in Glendale as opposed to Los Angeles? You've got a choice from Calabasas or all the way to San Pedro. And you can go from Venice all the way here to the county line in Los Angeles. Now tell me why you went to Glendale.
We're talking about one specific branch.
Why did you take any branch to Glendale with LA City employees' money? It's the city of Los Angeles that is financing the money that goes into your credit union that makes it possible for you to buy a building. Why would you take City of LA employees' money and take it to Glendale? Why pay them a business tax? You should be doing that here.
The federal credit union doesn't pay business tax to the city of LA.
Well,
We're
fine.
exempt, but
Good. But the Los Angeles Employees Credit Union has no business in Glendale, not even a ready teller.
The credit union did an exhaustive search in the city of LA. The management, the board of directors truly desired to maintain this branch and the administrative area in the city of LA. We looked for 2 years at over 80 different properties, and the building we found, unfortunately, was in the city of LA, but it was definitely the most suitable and at the best cost as far as the overall cost. Accessibility was there, the age, the condition of the building, and it's the members' money that we are responsible for and have to make the best deal that we can for them.
Mr. President, my time is up, but I want to register a strong objection, even though it's retroactive and I was not here at the time this dastardly decision was made. I think it's just nothing short of scurrilous that a city employee, LA City Employees Credit Union, out of all the area that exists in the city of Los Angeles, that you would sit here and tell me you could not find a suitable building to house the members' money in the city of Los Angeles. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe it, and I don't accept it, and your flyer has misinformation. You're still listing your main office as South Union Avenue, and a LA Mall branch is over here. I mean, I think this is just
We're still on Union Avenue.
Well, it's not your main office.
Your time has expired. Mr. Hernandez.
You know, I want to also stand up and second what Ms. Walters just said. When this issue came before committee and they were asking for the square footage to lease from the city, the claim was it would make it more convenient for employees at 600, I guess, South Spring Street to do business with the credit union. And, but it was important that they have that convenience. We as a committee took that into consideration because you were the Los Angeles Credit Union. And I know that your name's not changing to Glendale Federal Credit Union. The Third and Union site is in my district. And something tells me that you're going to try and sell that area.
It's true.
So that you can make more money. And you're not contributing to the well-being of the city of Los Angeles as much as you're contributing to the well-being of your members. But I'd like to know if your members voted on this move, or was it the board that voted on it?
That would be a board decision.
So the members never participated in a decision to basically move what was your headquarters to Glendale. The city employees did not participate in that decision.
They did not vote on that. We did a demographic study and did do a member survey. The specific city wasn't part of that survey. It was the direction within a 10-mile, I believe it's a 10-mile radius.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'd like to continue item 61. I'd like to get more information on
Would
the
you
move.
like it referred back to committee?
Yes, I would. As the chair of administrative service, I'd ask that, and it's because this information was not given to us at the time they were asking us to make a decision.
All right, is there objection to referring this matter back to the committee? If not, record a unanimous vote to refer it back to the administrative committee. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item.
Item 62 is a continued communication from the Chairperson Public Works Committee. Motion required.
Mr. Browdy, for an announcement,
Mr. Burnson.
For those of you in the audience that are here for the Planning and Land Use Management Committee meeting, scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. It will start 10 minutes after the close of the council session in this chamber.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 62, motion required is continued communication, Chairperson, Public Works Committee.
Mr. Wu.
Mr. President, I originally had asked that this be called special, but my objections have been taken care of, so I am perfectly happy to make the motion on behalf of Ms. Walters to approve this item.
Is there any further discussion? If not, open the roll on 62. Close the roll.
11 eyes.
That was approved. Next item.
Item 5 is still on the desk, Mr. President. Has that been resolved?
Do you have any problems still with item 5? No. If he could just step right in the door, he doesn't have any more problems. So I'd move approval. He's in the door.
If there's no more further discussion on item 5, open the roll. Close the roll.
12 eyes.
That was approved. Forthwith to the mayor. Next item. Madam Clerk, next item. Mr. Bernardi, we can't hear you.
This is that tax, is that right, on property and on construction? I want to be recorded as voting, huh?
Oh, this is
I understand, but I want to be,
There's no objection.
No.
Record Mr. Bernardi as a no vote.
It's an illegal tax, and no one has the guts to challenge it.
11 to 1. Then the order's over 1 week.
Okay. That'll be the order.
Items 11 through 16 are committee reports, a negative declaration on 11, categorical exemptions on 14 and 15.
Is there any discussion on these items? If not, open the roll.
Mr. President, one moment. Item 11, I was informed by the Arts, Health, and Humanities Committee Clerk that this item was discussed in closed session in committee. Therefore, an opportunity for public comment should be made available on item 11 only.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on item number 11? I see. Take the center microphone, please.
My name is Bill Kelling, 5539 Camellia, North Hollywood.
Will you give your name and lift the microphone so we can hear you?
Yes, Bill Kelling.
Proceed.
Okay. I'm against the project. I own 2 properties about a block and a half from the site. And this used to be a baseball diamond, open land next to the freeway. And I just believe it should remain open land. I made a sketch or a little plan showing how I believe they could redo the station where it is, and they don't feel it's feasible for one reason or another. If they remodel where they are, they could keep their police station, their jail. And when they move this new site, they won't have a jail, which is another factor. When they arrest prisoners, they'll have to transport them to Van Nuys jail. And I was also concerned that that would take up time in their transporting prisoners, and that could possibly affect response time to citizens. And directly, it doesn't really affect me because I'm a little bit ways away from the project, but I just didn't feel it was right to take up open space land in our city where it's already so congested. And if anybody's concerned, I have a before and after of where my drawings. So basically, that's it. I'm against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The public hearing is closed on this item. Is there any discussion? Mr. Wax?
Mr. President, this is a project that we had been very much in favor of trying to get a new police station, which was funded in the most recent bond issues, and we're losing money every day that we don't get it. Commander, Scott, Commander, do you want to, perhaps you might respond to Mr. Kelling's remarks as to why the current site is inadequate, and then I'll respond to what we're going to do here today in order to correct that. But he raised some questions about why couldn't the current site be reconfigured and that be adequate for the replacement structure facility.
Yes, I am Commander Scott LaChasse from the Police Department, the commanding officer of the Police Facilities Construction Group. We examined both sites in the negative declaration, the proposed site and the current site. By staying at the current site, we would have to encumber an additional $2.8 million in order to acquire abutting properties and for a temporary move to an interim police facility. We, as everyone knows, do not have additional monies in our budget. Secondly, the new or proposed site is better located or more central to the division.
Mr. President, in terms of the Recreation and Parks Department, they will be made whole. They will get an equivalent amount of property for use for park purposes. In terms of any purchase that may be necessary for that, if it is, that will come back before this council for subsequent approval. But the need to move on, and I personally, as someone who was represented that area for a long time, now share it with Mr. Ferraro and believe that the new location will better serve the North Hollywood and Studio City communities as well as others. And I think it's something that will really enhance and improve the community tremendously to have a state-of-the-art modern facility for the North Hollywood division. We will, on the existing site, the Recreation and Parks Department will be given the site of the existing police station, and that will be converted and used for, I believe, a senior citizen facility by the Recreation and Parks Department, a community facility. So in a community that has a tremendously increasing number of seniors, so we will end up with the best of both worlds. We will have a new police station, and we will have the old facility converted into a community, senior and multiple purpose community center to better serve that area of North Hollywood. So in the end, we're going to have a lot more because of the passage of that proposition, and for every day that waits here, we're really getting farther behind, and it's costing a lot of money. So I would move that we go ahead with this at this time. And we still have some additional things to come back for approval to make it finally, but we got to get moving on this.
Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, open the roll, close the roll.
11 ayes.
That was approved. Next item.
Item 20.
Forthwith to the mayor on this item.
Item 20 is a Planning and Land Use Management Committee report. It's submitted with 2 alternatives without recommendation. 10 votes to consider. A motion would be required to adopt either A or B.
Open the roll on consideration. Close the roll.
11 ayes.
Ms. Galanter?
I'd like to move item B.
Just a moment. Is there anyone in the audience who should speak on this item? Come forward, please. Take the center microphone.
I'm Michelle White with the Fair Housing Congress of Southern California, and we are strongly in support of 531. It is the substantial the legislation which is designed to bring us in compliance with federal law, and it is designed to protect the rights of minorities, disabled persons, and persons with families with children. It is a stronger measure and a more clear measure, and it also allows for the city of Los Angeles to adopt its own ordinance.
Yeah. Mr. Bernson, Mrs. Galanter
Well, you cut me off.
rose to speak before you pushed your button. I now recognize Ms.
I
Galanter.
did push my button. I rose. We discussed this at length in committee, and Mr. Bernson and I disagreed, which is why there are 2 reports before you, and I pushed the button and rose to speak in order to move paragraph B, which is the report supporting 531. Mr. Bernson will undoubtedly tell you momentarily why he is supporting an alternative measure. But it seems to me we ought to get in compliance if we can, and this is a bill that has widespread support among those who are trying very hard to ensure that we do have an adequate supply of affordable housing. And I would like to be on the record as helping in that effort. I think the council should be on record as helping in that effort, so I am moving item B.
Mr. Bernson.
Yes, I don't think anybody disagrees with trying to achieve those goals. The real question is whether you use a surgical instrument or whether you use a meat axe. And unfortunately, the Polanco bill would use the Meat Act's approach and would remove from the city a great deal of its discretion and authority in making decisions on land use. And I would suggest, rather than this, because this really needs more debate than we have time today because of the hour, I would suggest that we continue this at least until tomorrow or a week so that we can have some people here before us and give us the facts on what the Polanco bill, what A and B differ in, because the hour does not permit it. I think we could be here at least an hour really to get the facts on this, and I don't think we can properly do that this afternoon. So I would move that we continue it for one day.
One day.
Is there any discussion on the continuance? Any objection to the continuance? Record a unanimous vote to continue this matter one day. Next item.
Item 22 is a joint report from City Engineer and Bureau of Sanitation. Motion required.
Mr. Yaroslavsky moves, Ms. Walters seconds. Is there any discussion on this item? It's in CD 15. Open the roll, close the roll.
11 ayes.
That was approved. Next item. Forthwith on that item. Next item.
Items 23 through 25 are City Engineer reports, resolutions on 23 and 24, and there was a card submitted on 23.
All right, any specials on these items? If not, we'll hear from 23. Let's see. Douglas Ehrenberg. Take the center microphone, please.
I was only here if there were any questions to be asked on any of those two issues. Thank you.
All right, is there any discussion, members of the council? If not, open the roll on all three items. Close the roll.
11 ayes.
Mrs. Walters, did you have something?
I'd like to be recorded as no on 23 and 24 and aye on 25.
Would you so record, Mrs. Walters?
Yes.
Next item.
Items 27 through 37, with the exceptions of 26 and 32 that were disposed of. You have Rule 16 motions, 10 votes to consider those items.
Open the roll on 10 votes to consider. Close the roll.
11 ayes.
Those are to be considered. Anyone in the audience wish to speak on any of those items? Seeing no one, I declare the public hearing closed on those items. Any discussion on these items, members of the council? Open the roll. Close the roll.
11 ayes.
Those items are approved. Next item.
Mr. President, the engineer has requested forthwith on 36.
Without objection, forthwith on item 36. Next item.
Item 38, you have two closed session matters. The city engineer has a comment on 38, the closed session items.
On
the
on
city
38, no,
attorney-
we're ready to go ahead with A, but B, we want to take off calendar.
I object to taking B off of calendar. All right, and how about A, Mr. Haggerty?
That can be continued one day, because special one we do have to discuss today.
All right, then we'll continue both items one day.
That item. John, you...
Yeah.
Next item.
On the balance of the supplemental agenda, items 42 through 52 are Rule 16 motions, 10 votes to consider, and 47, you have a 47A amending motion by Councilwoman Galanter.
Open the roll on 10 votes for consideration. Close the roll.
11 ayes.
These items are to be considered. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on any of these items? I see no one. Public hearing is closed. Are there any is there any discussion, members of the council, on any of these items?
Do you wish to vote separately on 47A, the amending motion by Councilwoman Galanter?
We'll hold that one out. Open the roll on all the other items. Close the roll.
11 ayes.
All right, now on 47, what is the situation, Madam Clerk?
She's asked for corrections to be made. They're minor typographical corrections in the original motion.
Are they on the desk?
Yes, 47A.
Is there any objection to these technical amendments? I hear none. Any discussion? Open the roll on 47. Close the roll.
11 eyes.
That was approved. Next item.
Right?
Items 54...
That's as amended.
As
right?
amended, yes.
Okay.
Items 54 through 56 are track maps for approval.
Any discussion of the track maps? If not, open the roll. Close the roll.
11 eyes.
Those were approved. Next item.
Item 57 is a closed session matter. Is that to be continued? John?
Is there any objection to continuing
One day.
items 57? It's a closed session
Yeah,
item.
to be continued
For
one day.
I hear none. Now, that matter will be continued one day. Unanimous vote. Next item.
You have special 1 on the desk. It's a motion by Councilman Alatorre, seconded by Councilman Burnson. It has findings on the need to act today and also to recess to closed session. You also have public comments that haven't been taken up yet.
What is that item about?
That
Is Mr.
relates to...
Alatorre here?
Yeah,
All
this
right,
re-
Mr. Haggerty.
Yes, this relates to the federal district court case Gomez versus Darrell Gates. This was the case was heard in federal court where the federal jury came in about 2 weeks ago and assessed punitive damages against various police officers as well as Chief Gates. The judgment has been entered, and there's a possibility that the plaintiff's attorney may execute on the property of the plaintiffs, and if to prevent that, we have to file an undertaking with the court by Thursday at the latest, and we want to go into closed session to discuss this with the council.
All right. Is that the last item on the agenda?
Except for the public comment period, Mr. President.
What's the procedure on 57, Mr. Haggerty?
As far as the special 1 or 57? Special 1.
Special 1.
Yeah, special 1 is the council would have to vote by a 2/3 vote. In other words, at least 10 votes to find that there's need to act today, and then we would go into, and if they so vote, then we would go into closed session to discuss this
Do we
matter.
have the 12 votes here?
Oh, 10 votes.
10 votes. All right, open the roll on the findings. Close the roll.
9 eyes, 1 no.
Those are approved.
Mr. President, you
No.
only had nine
Only had
votes.
9 votes.
It'll have to be left on the desk until tomorrow.
Yes.
I ask for, who voted no? Okay. This is a court judgment, and
Do you want to take up public comments now, Mr. President?
all right.
Start.
We'll take the public comments. That item will be left on the desk until tomorrow. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to make public comment? Mr. Shapiro?
My name is Leonard Shapiro. I live in Granada Hills and publish the LA Observer. There's a $250 million bond issue validation hearings that's taking place this Friday, April the 14th at 9 a.m. in Division 32. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all members of the City Council to attend this vital hearing. You can say, it's all over, and let's get out of here, let's get out of this proposition as quickly and cheaply as possible. But I say, what the City Council did was wrong, and that I'm going to do all that I can do to see that it never happens again. The public has got to be informed on this type of proposition. President John Ferraro said in this morning's LA Times that he was willing to say that the city made a mistake. But the CAO and the entire department, and O'Melveny and Myers, who has made millions of dollars in fees thus far on this case, say no. They don't want to talk about settlement. They want to fight some more. Well, they told you originally, way back in 1982, Now, you were going to win this case against the Savings and Loan Association. They were wrong then. They tell you now that they're going to win this hearing on Friday. They may be wrong then, too. If they lose this hearing on Friday, this case has got a chance of dragging on, and then you really may lose that excess interest that they're talking about of $190,000 a month that they're losing at the present time. I see no reason why members of the City Council shouldn't be able to instruct the CAO and the CLA or any bureaucrat in the city to sit down and discuss settlement with me. I'm willing to settle this case, even though I know that I'm right. But if you don't want to discuss settlement, I'll see you all in court. Remember, it's this Friday, 9 a.m., Division 32, unless somebody wants to sit down and talk.
Is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment at this time? If not, the public comment period is over.
Excuses on the desk, Mr. President. Councilman Ferraro has requested to be excused from today's meeting. Personal business meets council policy.
Mr. Haggerty, there's 11 council persons here now. Is there any way we can consider an item number 1?
Well, it would have to be a motion for reconsideration.
Or the new motion.
New motion.
And let me just, I was out of the room when that came up, so let me make the same motion again with, yeah, I mean, I'll just make the same motion again and ask for an aye vote. We really should take this up today.
Mr. Haggerty, is that in order?
It's any suspension of the rules is a suspension of the rules, so there is no rule that prevents us from doing this again.
Yeah, if the
Mr.
council wanted to suspend the rules so that
By two-thirds of a vote, which is what we're...
Open the roll on the suspension of the rules with regard to this item. Close the roll.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right, now
All right, is
open
Mr.
the
Hahn
rule.
here?
Open the roll with regard to doing it.
That was it.
Is that it, Mr. Haggerty?
Yes.
With one vote.
All right.
And then you would have your public comment before you went into closed
All right.
session. I
Is there
mentioned.
anyone who wishes to make public comment on this item? This is special one.
No, it's not on this item, it's just in general. Have they already did that? Okay.
You have excuses on the desk if you want to deal with those before you go into closed session. Mr. President?
Yes.
Councilman Ferraro has requested to be excused. Personal business today meets council policy. Do you want to dispose of the open business before you go into closed session?
What other open business is there?
Excuses. You have requested to be excused, Mr. President. Personal business on April 24th. A motion would be required. That leaves members, 11 members that day.
Okay, Mr. Holden moves and Mrs. Papikis seconds.
You have motions for posting and referral.
So posted.
That clears the desk except for the special on the closed session.
All right, well, we have to adjourn, or do we
The
have
city
to come?
attorney just informed me that you have to now make the necessary findings on special 1 that was
All right, open the roll on the special findings for...
special 1.
Special 1. Close the roll.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right, those findings have been made. Now we'll have to clear the chamber and go into closed session.
The Finance Committee will meet for approximately a half an hour.
We haven't got the back door open yet.
It's all right.
Someone get the sergeant.
There's nobody at the back door who cares about this announcement.
Well, go ahead. Talk as long as you want, Mr. Urias.
Why, thank you, Marvin. What would you like me to talk about? We will meet for about a half an hour, all right? So, Joel, if we can just commence immediately, we'd be in good shape. Or Richard, thanks.
You might want to tell June that they're going to commence immediately and last for about a half an hour.
Yeah, we have to wait until the back door is opened. Will the council rise for the adjourning motions?
It wasn't on
Mr. Alatorre.
Yes, Mr. President and members, I would ask that we adjourn in the memory of Denise Silva, the 3-year-old young lady, the young girl that was killed tragically by a drive-by shooting that involved a couple of gangs. And just for your information, 2 of the people involved in it have already been apprehended. So I'd ask that we adjourn in her memory, as well as adjourning in the memory of Victor Marcus, who was my former administrative assistant when I was in the legislature.
Mr. Bernson.
Yes, I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Wycott W. Bodkin, who is the father of my friend Dave Bodkin, the executive director of ASSERT. Also, I'd like to announce that the Plum Committee will meet in 5 minutes.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we adjourn in the name of Mr. Robert St. John. He was a resident in Council District 1 in the Echo Park area, and he was killed as he was caught between crossfire between 2 rival gangs this weekend. And I'd also like to ask that we adjourn in the name of Patrick Moretta. He's died of cancer on April 11th, but he's Father John Moretta's brother, someone who's been working with us on the Coalition Against the Prison.
Mrs. Bicus.
Yes, ask that we adjourn in memory of James Brown, an actor who was resident of Woodland Hills.
Mr. Wax.
And also Eve Merriam, who won many, many awards, both as a dramatist and a poet and an author, and I'll give the clerk the pertinent information.
Mr. Yaroslavsky.
I think the council should adjourn in memory of Sam Kinison. Mr. Wu and I had a memorable experience with him at Bill Gazzari's 60th or 70th birthday party a few years ago that we hope was not photographed with Sam Kinison. But he was a very interesting and provocative comedian and died tragically Friday night. And I'll give the clerk the pertinent information.
Call the roll. Council has been in continuous session until 3:40, and the council apologizes for all the people who were missed appointments and committee meetings, but it was unavoidable. Council is now adjourned.